the presidency.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to our third. Good morning, colleagues. We'll make a start. Welcome to our third and final day of our technical events in the hybrid workshops relating to Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement and the Technical Expert Dialogue on Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. Let me remind you of the sessions that we will be dealing with for the rest of our time today. First, we will continue yesterday's discussions on the joint matters of Article 6.2 and 6.4, namely on authorisation. We propose for half an hour or less, depending on views from the floor. And then we'll cover registry connections. Then we will continue with emissions avoidance related issues under Article 6.4. And finally, you have the opportunity to raise any other issues and also your expectations for COP28. When we are done with these sessions, we will wrap up our technical discussions. So colleagues, this being Saturday in Bonn, I need to let you know that we do have coffee provided today, so there'll be a coffee break. However, there is no easily accessible food for lunch in the area. So one possibility which we'd like to propose is that if we can move quickly enough through our agenda items, that we cover authorisation, registry connections and emissions avoidance before taking a coffee break. And then we move on to the opportunity to raise other issues and expectations for COP28 after the coffee break, and then breaking probably rather late for lunch. We could then stop for lunch and release you to go and find food at the end of our day. So that all depends on our ability to move sufficiently quickly through the agenda items without rushing, of course. But I wanted to make sure that you're aware about that particular constraint, because of course we need food so that we're not hangry when we're making our interventions.
Co-facilitator.
And so that your co-facilitators are in the best position to support your interventions. Okay, colleagues, let me remind you that we are open to observers to follow us on broadcast. Japan. I'll give you, yeah. Let me remind you that we're open to observers to follow us on broadcast and that recording these technical discussions is not permitted under UNFCCC rules. Japan, did you wish to take the floor before we begin on the session? Yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning to all. And I understand this is the last day, and also I also understand today's Saturday, so maybe it'd be good to wrap up earlier if possible. At the same time, I think by taking this opportunity, I would like to also progress some of the work that we had a good conversation in AEF on the first day. So if time allows. It'd be good to kind of come back and then just to reflect what we have discussed, so that this AEF discussion could be, maybe we can have some time to a little bit kind of reflection. That would be also useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazu. If parties wish to do that, the Secretariat will be here in the afternoon, so we have access to this space. Okay, well, colleagues, as you recall, we addressed various issues on authorisation yesterday by responding to the 14 guiding questions prepared to frame our discussions. We will take an additional 30 minutes now to hear your views. If any group parties or parties want to share additional thoughts, the floor is open. We would also like to hear your views on Article 6.4 authorisation. So colleagues, the floor is open. Colleagues, I don't see any flags. So we take it from that we exhausted this discussion yesterday and we can move on to the next topic. So in that case, African group.
Yeah, sorry, and good morning, colleagues. Just about this authorization on Article 6.4. We have already discussed and agreed on some elements in relation to that authorization that is needed at the issuance, if it is what we have decided, whether we'll have MCU or we'll have 6.4 ER at the issuance. But I think it's closely linked to the timing we'll have on 6.2 also. We need to have this parallel on the timing of the authorization on 6.2 in relation to what we have already agreed on 6.4, and also the change, whether someone can request MCU and change it later to become 6.4 ER. So we need to address those two issues in 6.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbai. I see no further flags, so okay. One from cyberspace, St Kitts and Nevis. MJ, you have the floor.
Hi and good morning, everyone. And thank you for this discussion. I'd just like to, I guess for purposes of thoroughness and completion, just echo the AOSIS position that, for us, it's really important that authorization in the 6.4 context comes at the earliest possible time and that there's no revocation of authorization, given the significant potential negative impacts that any sort of changes would have for market confidence, but also impacts, for example, on SOP, OMGE, and on corresponding adjustments. Any post-issuance changes in authorization would be quite a mess actually for our process. So I just wanted to make that point again on behalf of AOSIS. We've said it many times, but just to repeat that. And we had a quite extensive discussion of this yesterday on 6.2. But again, our perspective is that to the extent possible, really no revocation should be permitted, and the onus should really be on the parties to a cooperative approach to try to sort out between themselves how best to manage any difficulties that arise. Thanks.
Thank you, MJ. Abu, you have the floor, Luis.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. Just also to come up on 6.4 authorizations, and just to recall that we have already made a submission on this. So we don't want to repeat everything that we have been put it there, so everybody can read it from there, but maybe highlight some of the main ideas that we have put on our submission. The first one is the need to have an equal treatment between the 6.2 and 6.24 authorization processes. The second is the national prerogative of the authorization by parties, that this includes also changes and possibilities for revocations, but we see this issue of timing, some of the things that we need to clarify, the timing of the authorization, that should not limit now the capacities of countries to authorize. But we see maybe different types of possibilities in order to address the timing. No? For example, the presentation of a comprehensive statement prior to registration, subject to the confirmation of authorization prior to the first transfer. the presentation of a comprehensive statement containing the authorization prior to registration, or the presentation of a letter of approval with no authorization, with the possibility of the host party to present the authorization immediately before the first transfer. We have elaborated also some of the common elements that we can include in the possibilities also for revocations, no? And these include the timing of the authorization, the implementation of the country's NDC in line with paragraph 4F of decision 2 of the CMIE 3, the application of the safeguards as per paragraph 17 of the Glasgow guidance, the need to address the inconsistencies that can be detected in ex post reviews processes, and we think this is something that we need to address, and they need to maybe address other issues such as what is respected with the violation of human rights. And then on the comprehensive statement, we have also a set of elements that we like to see they're included, from the information of the projects, the timing of the units, the quantities, the authorized uses, and the confirmation required before the first transfer. So these are some of the common elements that we said that we can have in this statement for authorization. But for us, it's important that the same treatment is assured for the 6.2 and the 6.4 mechanisms. And then, if I may go to the 6.2 authorization process, to maybe also come up with some comments regarding possibilities also for changes and for revocations. So we see this as a possibility, but we understand that this should be reduced at the minimum and exceptional cases, that this can include the violation of the terms agreed by the parties in the bilateral agreements, the application also of the safeguards of paragraph 17 of decision 2 CMIE 3, and the violation of the elements of the preamble of the Paris Agreement. Now, so this is some of the same treatment that we are seeing between 6.2 and 6.4, and we have also some recommendations on how to address the issue of when information is coming into the process of authorizations, with some similar comments that, as I said, also for 6.4, the provision of upfront information as much as possible before the authorization process. And we see some risks also in allowing the revocation of authorization of IDMOs after they have been transferred, because they will trigger processes for the parties and for the convention. So we think that this should be reduced at a minimum under these circumstances. So thanks.
Thank you, Luis. Have the European Union and FJ, your hand is still up. Did you wish to come back? And the United States. So, Lambert.
Yeah, briefly on 6.4, we think also that the statement should be provided early at registration or possibly prior to issuance, but at a later stage would be problematic, because then we would run in the retroactivity problems that we have. It also creates difficulties for the SOP and the OMGE if you don't know whether it's authorized or whether it's a mitigation contribution, whether you need to apply. If you don't know that when you do OMGE and SOP directly after issuance, that would be problematic. And so the statement on authorization would need to be provided at the latest on issuance, in our view. And one quick remark, maybe a reflection on the whole issue of changes and revocations. And we were reflecting yesterday after our discussion that we are coming very much from the Kyoto experience, right? And under the Kyoto Protocol, it was not possible to make any changes or any revocations. So we had a system where a transfer, whether it was a CR, an ERU, or an AAU, when it was done, it was done. And of course, parties could mutually agree to transfer it back, right? But it's not that one party could revoke a transaction, and that system worked, and it worked for many years, and the possibility not to apply changes to previous transaction wasn't actually a major issue coming up, right? And so that poses to us the question: why do we want or need to create a system where you can kind of afterwards reclassify and correct previous transactions? And so, because you could also, if you mutually agree, you can turn them back. And so I found the comment, I think it was made by MJ, interesting. Yes, you can have all types of bilateral contracts, and they can have a very broad range of arrangements, but then it's really up to the parties to see in courts or in other provisions how they deal with that, right? But the question is, do we need a system where afterwards transactions are undone and reclassified? So that's just a reflection that we had a system where this was not possible, and it worked quite well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lambert. Next, we have the United States. Molly?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Very good to see you all. Just wanted to come in on the mechanism discussion, because I think I mentioned yesterday that there were a number of mechanisms that had begun putting procedures in place to address this. And part of the reason for that is that some time back, ICAO in the CORSIA rule set required that a mechanism should have procedures in place for ensuring that any eligible ERs that are double counted must be replaced with those that are not. And so it's a requirement for the mechanism administrator to actually have procedures in place that say how they will monitor country authorizations and reporting, and identify where and when those instances occur, have procedures for following up with the activity proponent or with the host country to try to resolve the matter if it is not going to be resolved, and to activate whatever mechanism there is for replacing the ERs. And those procedures have to be in place up front in order for emissions unit programs to be eligible under CORSIA from 2024 onward. So far, 2 standards have qualified for that so far, and several others are still working on those procedures. But the onus could be on the activity developer or the mechanism itself to demonstrate evidence of a mechanism for addressing this issue, whether it's a confirmed insurance policy or guarantee that meets certain requirements of the mechanism, or several mechanisms have proposed what's effectively an accounting risk buffer that involves a sort of optional proportionate set aside of ERs that can be returned when adjustments are applied, or not labeling ERs as authorized until adjustments have been applied. There's any combination of options there, and measures such as guarantees that are actively in development in insurance policies too, but it varies by mechanism. The 6.4 mechanism would be the only one that doesn't have those sort of backstop risk mitigation tools. So that's worth noting. I wouldn't say that this issue is comparable to the transfer of CERs, as we're talking about national accounting decisions involving multiple objectives, sometimes agencies, and in the case of the units under the KP that involved accounting, that was a comparably small number of parties operating under a single rules-based system for target setting. And so, I think it is worth looking at some of those other systems and how they're attempting to manage this risk. Because whether it's the risk of revocation or that adjustments are not applied, of course, there will be follow-up within the system. But in the meantime, at least for those private sector or industry or other UN body systems, compliance entities who are engaging with those ERs, shouldn't have to be left holding the bag. And there's ways that the market's innovating to prevent that.
Thank you, Molly. Coalition for Rainforest Nations, Frederica.
Thank you, Kate, and good morning, colleagues. Just a quick follow-up to the US intervention, to Molly intervention. We think that there are main differences between CORSIA and the UNFCCC. And so bringing CORSIA example here is not really helpful. So CORSIA is a safety airline. So they've been made for the longest time to discuss safety of the airline. And they are the best probably in doing that. Now they want to talk about, offsetting. And so they're not creating mechanism. They're just looking what is out there. And so there are different methodology, different standards, and they're trying to pull something in. So here is very different. UNFCCC is about carbon. UNFCCC has methodologies that have been approved by 200 parties to be part of that and to achieve the climate goal of the Paris Agreement, 1.5. So very different beast. So the point that you was making make totally sense. We have example on the UNFCCC on what we're trying to do, where methodology have been approved, for example, for CDM, and there is no such risk that is happening that we need to revoke, etc., because there is party authorizations, there is review, and there are certain systems. And so that's what we're here about. We have now approved mechanism under the UNFCCC 5.2, 6.4 we are discussing and that will be discussed. So there is no reason that other methodology or standards they just pull out of nowhere, but actually they should go through the review of the UNFCCC, either 6.4 or 5.2, and once they're approved, they can be part of this mechanism that will remove many of the issues that we're trying to discuss. And so the revoke at this point is not an issue once has been transacted. That's very important for the certainty of a new market that we are trying to create. Uncertainty does not help the development of a new market, and that's what we're trying to avoid here. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Frederica. We have Switzerland. Are you intervening as Switzerland or EIG, Simon? Felix, sorry. Felix? You're on mute, I think, Felix. We can't hear you, Felix. We'll come back to Felix in a moment, to Switzerland. LMDC? Thea?
Thank you, Kate. We understand that some things worked under the system of Kyoto Protocol and that it might have worked just fine. But in the old system, some parties had commitments and some parties did not have commitments, and they were actually doing it voluntarily. And we're now in the Paris era, and everyone has NDCs. And just because it wasn't a problem in the old system doesn't mean it's not going to be a problem in the new system. And also, what happens if a host party discovers that there are issues with the integrity of the project and wants to revoke the authorizations? Or the authorization was given based on an understanding that the project would deliver a certain amount of mitigation towards the host party's NDC, and then that project under-delivers. So these are questions for just food for thought of how are we going to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Switzerland.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Fantastic. So Simon could not be here for personal reasons today, so I'm jumping in. I'm Felix. Thank you very much for the presentations yesterday and all the input already today for the lively discussion. On behalf of Switzerland, I'd like to just give a few thoughts as well on the discussions that we're having, especially concerning changes and revocations. So I think the general consensus kind of is that changes post first transfer of ITMOs should definitely be avoided wherever possible. We still think that guidance that prohibits post first transfer changes would implicitly, or we see the potential risk that it could implicitly signal that changes to an authorization before first transfer could be somehow acceptable. And this is, of course, a dangerous signal. We have already heard some of the potential implications of this today and also yesterday, but also for investment security. And so we believe this should be prevented, and it seems more adequate, also relating to some of the points that were raised by Lambert, that is more accurate or more adequate to anchor the principle that changes to any authorization should be only made if both cooperating parties are in agreement, and that the rules and processes related to this should be outlined in the initial authorizations, so that the changes to authorizations are transparently communicated, both in the Paris mechanism, but also related to private actors. That's a quick point on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. Next, we have the Ukraine. Olga. We can't hear you, Olga.
Hello?
I'm sorry, Olga, we're unable to hear you at all. So Olga has said she will use the chat. In the meantime, we'll go to ILAC. Adriana.
Thank you, Kate. I will be short since most of the colleagues here have mentioned different things, and we also yesterday had a few statements on this topic. Under 6.4, it could be a little bit different regarding the authorization as well as the change of authorization, since the revision of the project is under the mechanism, right? But on the same line as the LMDC have stated, some food for thought as well, their countries should also have a similar system as with 6.2 in order to authorize a unit that has already been revised by the 6.4 mechanism. And therefore, the timing on when the authorization should be, that's a key point. And this is something that we could agree with the EU. And it is that if you do the authorization of the units at the point after the verification, then the probability of changing the units and how they are going to be used, that could be less risky if you are going to authorize the units, but it should still be before the transfer. And also, this is something that we have to have in mind, depending on if we are talking about the cooperative approach as well, because as we were stating yesterday in our presentation, and then I'm going back to 6.2, and it is if we consider the cooperative approach as a project, we will be authorizing a project from the beginning and not necessarily at the point of the verification of the units, where we could lessen the burden or to know that the units are real and additional, right? That will be after. And yeah, it's just some kind of reflection, having into account the different statements that other parties have done up to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Columbia. I'll read out for the benefit of those in the room, the intervention from the Ukraine in the chat. The risk that Molly, the US, was talking about, the way we understand it concerns reversals and the need to address reversals. This goes back to the issue of definition of reversal and procedures for establishing that a reversal has occurred. It's not clear to us what would be justification for revoking authorisation on an issued unit that has been possibly traded, maybe multiple times, and delivered as a product with certain quantities to the buyer. Contractual violations arising from delivery of a product that would effectively mean revocation of the product itself would be detrimental to the health of the market. Integrity issues should be dealt with separate provisions, both in 6.2 and 6.4. Finally, a party that has concerns about reaching its NDC should carefully consider whether to authorise any units. In fact, the inability to revoke units should be an encouragement to parties to strive to achieve their NDCs and to treat their obligations in a serious manner. So that's the intervention from Ukraine. The United States, Molly, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think just to clarify, I instinctively started replying in the chat. Apologies. Just to be clear, the CORSIA procedures apply some of the tools used to address the risk of reversals and ultimately to address reversals if they occur, were adapted or are in the process of being adapted by the marketplace more broadly to this issue, because in the system, we are a room full of parties, and so think about this from a party perspective. But market participants and systems that rely on mechanisms that are not in this system have to think about ways to, back up their own risk in order to engage with these instruments at all, authorized in ERs. And the issue is the labeling of ERs as being authorized and such that, there's the host party has said they will apply corresponding adjustments in Article 6, but then that does not happen. In the case of reversals, the outcome that is credited is released back into the atmosphere. It is reversed. In the case of ERs that are authorized, the basis for the understanding of the status, the nature of that ER, is similarly reversed. And so that's why a number of the measures that are discussed in both instances are similar, although have a different basis. I mean, from what we've seen so far, obviously the risk assessment of reversals is different from the factors that you would take into account in a risk assessment of the possibility that adjustments were authorized and were not applied. And it is a complex discussion from what we can tell. But the other types of commercial or sovereign guarantees that have been discussed in the removals context are also discussed in this context. And of course, not suggesting that, CORSIA is setting rules for parties, but rather responding to the way that commercial markets and other mechanisms are responding to this system. And it's worth understanding some of those approaches in having this discussion, just to ensure that the opportunities, the flexibilities for de-risking, those sorts of things are as available to participants engaging with this mechanism as they are for other mechanisms, which we understand has always been something that was important to parties. Thanks.
Thank you, Molly. Colleagues, thank you for your interventions this morning. This concludes our Coalition for Rainforest Nations. I beg your pardon. You have the floor.
Thank you, Kate, and good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I would like to give some additional comments to these issues of revoking authorization. I mean, yesterday we did an intervention about the way that authorization that sometimes is not well understood what we are authorizing must be given in phases. So having said so yesterday, let's have this one also for thoughts to the groups. We definitely are convinced that once the ITMO is out of the jurisdiction of the authorizing party registry, the authorization cannot be changed unless specific conditions are established in the respective cooperative approach. The cooperative approach is an important document on agreement that between two parties or more parties, but everything has to be very clear from the beginning. And this is a key point. Revoking an authorization will depend on many circumstances that in some will probably merit this action. Specifically, this happens when one of the parties involved in the cooperative approach is unclear about what this means for its own NDC. But again, we reiterate that once the ITMO leaves the jurisdiction of the authorization party registry, the latter will have no power to disavow this transfer. But what we could revoke as part of an authorization? Suppose that the activities that generates the 6.4 ERs enter into any type of conflict at the host country level. In that case, the host country may revoke the authorization for implementing the project at its discretion, and this activity will not be able to generate more ITMO. That doesn't mean that the ITMOs that were transferred before or after, not before, can be revoked. Still, as we mentioned yesterday, the authorization must be given in phases, and in the third phase, the host party must know very well the number of possible ITMOs to be transferred, and must know if the ITMOs can be transferred to avoid this type of conflict from the beginning. We stress again that the cooperative approach between two or more parties must have all the clarity and transparency that the requirement. Sometimes we see all the steps that we need to fulfill when we preparing the initial reports. There are a lot of things that we need to know very well before authorizing any ITMOs to be transferred. And one of them is to have a registry that allows to keep tracking of all the units, to be able to avoid double counting, and of course to do the official adjustment or corresponding adjustment. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Eduardo. Ukraine, you have your flag up, Olga? I think maybe Olga's using the chat again. So I'll read out her intervention. Responding to the intervention by the US, in our opinion, an ITMO transaction is not a guarantee, but rather a sale of national property. Once a sale transaction has been processed and executed, the delivery of goods is irrevocable. That's the intervention from Ukraine. And I hope, Olga, if you wanted to come in, please do so. I'm going to close the speakers list, colleagues. We have St Kitts and Nevis, MJ. I'm assuming that Olga, you didn't wish, I see, yeah, you didn't wish to come back in. So pass to you, MJ, and then we'll finish with this session. Thank you.
Hi, and thanks. I'll be quick. I think first there's a risk in conflating the issue of reversals with the issue of revocation. So I just want to put that out there. I think those are two distinct discussions. But to come back to the KP example, in the KP situation, if a country was of the view that it might be falling short, perhaps because it had transferred too many AAUs or for whatever reason, it could just go to the market in theory, right, and acquire more units and be in compliance in that way. And there's nothing in the system that we're developing that would preclude any country that finds that it's potentially oversold units from going to the market and acquiring more units to make up that deficit. I mean, that's partly why there's been a concern with countries transferring their least abatement reductions. But the simple point is in the KP system, it worked because countries always had the flexibility to go to the market and acquire more. And so I think we're setting up a similar system in which, again, countries always have that opportunity. So there's no reason why I guess the simple way that Olga's put it shouldn't be the way forward. Thanks.
Thank you, MJ. Colleagues, this concludes our discussion on authorisation. I will now give the floor to Sonam and Per to co-facilitate the next joint session on the registry connections.
So,
Good morning, everyone. Let's now start our joint session related to the registry connections, and we'll be hearing views regarding the functionalities and procedures for the international registry to allow for transfer of Article 6.4 emission reductions to the national registry. And we have, we had 1 hour, 30 minutes. It's a bit less now allocated to discuss this session, but we'll see how the discussion goes and how much time we need. We will start our session with, my speaker notes says general presentations in plural, but I think it's only the Secretariat, but parties are free to volunteer while the Secretariat is presenting. So, and following that, we will engage in the discussion. So, over to the Secretariat to make the first presentation. So, Mikhail or Savi. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we are going to talk about registry connections. There are a few mandates that speak about registry connections. The Glasgow mandate tells us that the mechanism registry shall be connected to the international registry. Another Glasgow mandate is saying that CRs could be transferred from the mechanism registry to the international registry, from the CDM registry to the mechanism registry, and then there is a mandate about pooling and viewing of data that is possible from the internet, like you can pull and view data from the mechanism registry in the international registry. So this slide is just to remind you about the overall picture of Article 6 infrastructure. It popped up in many of our previous presentations, especially during the RSA forum for those who attended it. And the international registry and the mechanism registry, as you can see here, are hosted together and enjoy the strong consistency guarantees and like really easy way of interoperating with each other. The interoperability of national registries is, although it is supposed to be there according to the mandate, it will require some time to be developed, and this development will be done in cooperation with the RSA forum. So, when speaking about interoperability with the international registry, it appears natural to speak also about interoperability and connections with, to national registries as well, because international registry is basically a collection of little national registries kind of stuck together in one system. There are three connections that are defined by mandates, and one is that AERs, the authorized A64 AERs, can be pulled and viewed, so not the units themselves, but the information and data about the units can be seen in what we call higher tier accounts in the international registry. The CDM CRs can be moved, actually physically moved from the CDM registry to the mechanism registry, and for that there is no guidance at the moment, but potentially AERs could physically move from the mechanism registry to international registry, and once the interoperability provisions are available to other registries as well. That's basically it. The summary contains what I just said while you were looking at the scheme. And I guess I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail. And that was a brief presentation, but maybe it's a fairly simple issue technically, at least technically. Then I think we can open for interventions from the floor, as we have had no more volunteers for presentations. Anyone want to speak to the registries or? Yeah, I forgot about the guiding questions that have been put out as always in advance, and if you can put them on the screen as well, and in case people have bad screens, should we try to read them? So it's what should be the nature of the connection of the mechanism registry to the national registry and to other registries. And the second one is should AERs, is that agreed now that it will be AERs? Article 6.4 ERs, and we've used the term over the last days, be able to move from the mechanism registry to the international registry and to national Article 6.2 registries. So should the units be able to travel or not? So floor is open. Well, all I've seen is nodding from one or two of you. Well, we can be quick. Because there is the issue that maybe we can compress the whole agenda before lunch. But ILAC first, Adriana.
Yeah, the questions are quite deep. On the first one, what should be the nature of the connection to the international registry? That's just, for a unit to be passed from the mechanism registry to international registry, we should have already had an authorization from the party for the units to pass from the mechanism to the international registry. And therefore, I don't know how to define that nature. I just know that the unit should only pass from one registry to the other only if the unit has already been authorized by the party to become an ITMO. The question will be what happens with the so famous non-authorized units. I guess those units should not pass into international registry necessarily. I understand as well that this communication has to be done in order to facilitate the reporting feature that the international registry has in order to generate the AF, right? And then on the second question, should these 6.4 ERs be able to move from the mechanism and to the national A6 to, well, both are quite similar, the questions. And then if I go into the national registries, I'm not really sure if that's something that we should or should not do. At least from the Colombian perspective, that we have used the CDM units for our national commitments and also national voluntary carbon market. We didn't need any kind of connection from the CDM to the national registry. The proponents or the owners, or I don't know how to call them in this moment at least, but the ones that formulated the project, the owner of the projects, they just went into the national registry and did the whole process again in the national registry. but there was not any kind of connection from the mechanism to the national registry. So that's not a necessity. I guess that depends on the necessities of each one of the countries. I understand that the EU needs this connection. So maybe I would like to hear as well what the EU has to say on this.
Thank you, Adriana. And I think you kind of captured the issues quite well. I mean, the unauthorized units, what's our business with them? Do they travel and where? And do they have any relevance to the 6.2 registries? And they're not authorized, so that may answer the question. And then the authorized ones, do they travel? Do they have to travel? And why would they, for some parties, have to travel? So it's AGN and then EU, and then I have a number of countries as well. So Africa, Mbaye, please.
Yeah, thank you. For the first question about the nature of the connection between the mechanism registry and the international registry, I think we have already defined between the mechanism registry and the international registry. We want a connection, and we have already in the current text defined all type of operation that need to exist between both. Now the issue is the connection between the mechanism registry and other registries. Here also, I think we can have the example under the KP, where you have this CDM registry and different national registries. You have many operations that can exist. We also can have them, bearing in mind that the mechanism registry here, we have one question: will we have transactions in the mechanism registry or not? That's one issue we have to address when it comes to the mechanism registry and other registries. But when it comes now to the international registry and other national registries, I think the nature of the connection need to allow for tracking all operations between registries and between the registries and the international registry to avoid double counting. Because at the end of the day, it's what we are looking for, to avoid double counting between different registry and the international registry. So we need to, and I agree with Ayla, when it's only about the authorized units. For all authorized units, we need to track all operations that exist between registries and the international registry. And the nature of the collection of the connection needs to allow us to have that transparency. Now, when it comes to the second question, whether we 6.4 ER from the mechanism registry to the international registry and the other registry, I think we have here one issue which is very important, is parties that doesn't have national registry and rely on the international registry. For them, the international registry is their registry. They have an account there in the international registry where they need to do all operations that any national registry can do. That's the issue we need to address here. While we consider that the international registry, you may consider that the international registry is not set up to do transactions or do this and that, but a country that doesn't have a national registry, and we have already agreed that that country may rely on the international registry to participate in the 6.4. All operation that country wanted to do, and that is possible within a national registry, may be possible in the international registry, in their account in that international registry, until that country has its own registry and address those activities in its own registry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbai. EU, is that Martin? Martin, please, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. And thanks so much. On the two questions, on 9.1, I think the connection should be sufficiently robust to be able to do the pulling and viewing of information, which is something that we've agreed under the kind of decentralized or underlying registry model. And it should also be capable of facilitating a transaction, a move of a credit from the registry to the other registry. I say that because my understanding in all of this registry design issue is that there are two ways of looking at it, and it seems that we are edging towards having a greater appreciation that we need to facilitate both. I don't know that we need the units to transfer in response to ILAC's comment, but we would like them to. That was our expectation, and we think that that system is something we understand and works for us in our connections with others from our national registry to the Swiss national registry, for example, but also in connection to these units coming from the mechanism registry. So when I look at it, the question says the connection of the mechanism registry to the international registry and other registries. For me, it's to the international registry and other national registries, and it should be capable of sending units to both, because the international registry is only one big national registry, which is collectively organized for those that don't have one of their own. On the second question, well, I think I've answered that. We think that the transfer model should be available to parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Got Abu. Luis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Pierre. Just to address also this issue of the connection between registry, we find this quite still challenging given the different types of transactions and the different types of capabilities of the different countries. But maybe to keep in principle that the registry's connection shall not affect the traceability and the transparency of the units. Now, this for us is the main principle that need to be assured in terms of the connection. And we see there are different types of understanding of what connection means. So for Abu, this meaning of connection, we think that both registries can operate independently without any need to connect them, and they can perform the functions perfectly without any need of connection. No? So we have a view that the point of contact between the two should be limited not to the pulling and viewing of information, and the same should apply also for the other types of registries. We think that the centralized nature of the 6.4 mechanism provide a more robust system where to keep the 6.4 units, even if they are authorized or non-authorized. So in our view, these 6.4 units shall remain in the 6.4 mechanisms. We have also some concerns on the financial part, also on how will be the costs be addressed on the implementation of these additional functions. And we think also that the connection to the other registries, even inside or outside the convention, should follow the same approach as the one for 6.4. So thanks.
Thank you, Luis. Next is Confederation for the Rainforest Nations. Federica, please.
Now we are a confederation. Thank you.
I thought you were. We should be.
We take it. We'll be very brief. Much has been said already. Just to echo the EU, when even when we frame the question, the connection of the registry to the international registry and other registry, definitely should be international registry and other national registry. Those are the two options. We feel, of course, that we believe that, of course, that has to be connection also with the national registry of the countries, like has already been agreed on the international. And the point is the authorizations, again. That's why yesterday when we present, we said that it's up to the national registry can have a sub-account for 6.4 unit. We say 5.2 and 6.4, 5.2 coming from the Lima Info Hub and 6.4 coming from the mechanism registry. So that should be moving to the sub-account, and then the country does its math with their NDC and see how much can be authorized to go into the 6.2 registry. So that's how we see it. So they should be fully, connected, but not going straight to the 6.2 because there is to be only the one that are authorized that go there. But still, the country should have the right, if he has, sub account, to be able to move those from the mechanism registry. Thank you.
Thank you to the coalition. Sorry for the slip of the tongue. Then I have no more groups, but certainly some confederations. The LDC. So,
thank you, Per. Good morning, colleagues. Mine is just a question, not really. When I look at the UNFC registry system, we are now talking about markets. What's the thing in terms of the linkage out of the market, the NDC tracking, for instance? We have BTRs, reports coming from parties. What's the thinking of the interlinkage out of the market registry systems? Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Then some countries. Singapore, Reid, wherever you sit.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Hard to see you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the presentation. I think to the first question, in terms of the nature of connection, I think we have to first understand what is the nature of the mechanism registry that it needs to do, and what we want it to do in the national registry and the international registry. I think it's in the slides of presented in the ISA and just now by the Secretariat, which is there's a higher tier registry versus a transactional registry. And I think that's something that we have to determine before we can determine whether there's a need for connection and what's the nature of the connection. I think in the paper, it's also stated very clearly that one of the options could be the API option. And with the API option, there isn't any kind of physical connection per se, but rather is using the API to help to link it up. And then do we have to duplicate the functions, or it's just really restricting to what we have agreed in Sharm el-Sheikh, where it's pooling and viewing? So in some sense, it's called mirroring of the information between the mechanism registry and the national or international registry. So this is something that we will have to understand, and then this will determine on the part 2 of the question, which is whether there's a need to move, or the carbon credit itself, the unit itself, can reside in the mechanism registry, whereas IPMOs can be in the international registry, and using that API or that connection to ensure that there's synchronization. I think that's important for us to understand. And with this, if we are able to determine the function, then this function could potentially be extended to national registries, given that we want to minimize the burden for host parties as well as the participating parties in terms of managing too many accounts and too many registries. So how do we actually help with that by using technology? Yep. So, yep, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, there are quite a number of things we need to understand within a month to be able to decide in Dubai and get moving. Next on my list is Japan. Kazu, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and also presentation by Secretariat. Maybe just to addressing this question on what's the nature of the connection. I also like to understand what's the nature of pulling and view of this. If I look at the para 49 of the, I think it was 7 CMA4 connection with the international registry. So the mechanism registry shall be connected to the international registry. The connection shall allow the automated pulling and viewing of data and information on holdings and action history of authorized A64ER for use by passing parties that have an account in the international registry. So for me, by reading this, again, this para 49 is very important because it really defines what we mean by connections and also pulling and view. So at least by reading this, at least for our understanding, is that it's more like information on holdings and also action history. I think we are also discussing this action in the context of AEF, like issuance and canceled and and transferred, and so I think those are the kind of action history from when I read this action history. So for I think my question is, what is the difference between pulling and viewing data versus kind of when you are saying actual transaction of 64 ERs? So my understanding is more like this pulling and viewing is like a snapshot of what we have in 64 ER, what we have in the information in the 64 registry. Where the party has their own holding account, and then there is information on how much they are issued and transferred and so on. So that information, they wanted to also kind of bring those information in the international registry in order to for them to account for their tracking purposes. So in that sense, again, maybe this could be by using the terms of it's more like a meta registry, a kind of a example that we have a 64 registry information. Pulling and viewing is basically that's a snapshot of what we have in the 64 registry, and that information will be basically could be reflected in the international registry. So, and I just also looking at the technical paper, para 91, regarding the interoperability. So now the para 21, I think now I think the suggestion or proposal is implement to enable this interoperability between mechanism registry 64 and internal registry, implementation of two registry as part of one internally consistent system. And I'd like to maybe taking this opportunity to understand what this really means. I understand that maybe you wanted to use one registry, but kind of have an international registry and 64 registry within the one system, so that information can be more easily organized. But I just wanted to understand. So pulling and viewing data is like bringing those information one place to the other international registry. So I mean that 6-point registry to international registry. What is the difference between the So for me, it's more like information is captured and then put into the another registry for the parties to kind of see what is the situation. So maybe my question is really, what is the difference between when you say actual transaction or pulling and viewing? So allow me to just ask maybe the kind of technical kind of aspect could be very useful to understand what is the nature. So I think we are discussing about accounting registry purposes as well as the transaction registry purposes. I think it'd be useful to kind of distinguish those two different functions. And for me, pulling and viewing is more for the accounting purposes. But really how that will be implemented in a more practical terms, that really understand more about what we mean by nature of the connection. So, and because that also leads to the discussion around API and so on. So I think that will be also important to understand how the pulling and viewing could really be operated. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe there are different elements in the answer depending on what sort of system one has. I mean, pulling and viewing is possible for both main visions we have of registries in the room, I think, but it will work a little bit differently based on what parties would choose, if depending on the outcome of the buy, of course. And next on the list is Thailand, Supanote, virtual participant. Please, Supanote, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Piers, and good morning to everyone in the room. So thank you also for the Secretary for the presentation, and we'd like to provide our initial reaction to the questions. So I think like many others that have already said, we understand that the decision for the decision statement CMA4 provide the information, provide a decision on the connection between the mechanism registry with the international registry in terms of pooling and viewing of data and information. And on this point, I think we would agree with EU and many others that there would also need to be a link in a similar manner to the national registry. And we think this is very important, as we understand that one of the important principles is that for parties using that decide to use national registry, they should not be put in a disadvantaged position compared to parties who decide to use international registry. So this kind of function will need to also accommodate in terms of the connection between the mechanism registry and the national registry when parties choose to use their own registries. And we understand that in addition to the function of pooling and viewing of data and information, the mechanism registry will also provide the support of automatic pre-filling of the AEF, which is very important in terms of reporting obligation of parties. But we think it's important to note that for parties who are engaging in Article 6.4, one of the important reasons why they need to have access to the information on the Article 6.4 activities and the Article 6.4 ERs is not only for the reporting purposes, but also parties may also need to manage information for other internal purposes, such as to make strategic decisions or to make their own national stock taking. And for this reason, we think it's very important to understand. We think similar manner to what has already been mentioned by Japan. We think further understanding is needed on what is actually meant by pooling and viewing. And for this, we think it's important to understand how frequent the information is going to be updated, how frequent the report from the Secretary is going to be provided to the 6.4 DNA, and whether parties can have an access to real-time information of transactions that are relevant to them in the Article 6.4 mechanism registry. Because as we mentioned earlier, it's not only for the reason of reporting to the Secretary under Article 6, but also for other national reason party might need to have access to this information as well. And we think depend on the above reasons. So it depends on how much party can have access to this information and that can manage this information. It comes to whether the Article 6.4 moving of the actual Article 6.4 unit is actually necessary or needed. And we would like to know that we understand that for there's going to be a development of the business rules for Article 6.4 mechanism registry. And this could be quite different from how parties manage their own business rules with their own national registries. And this may cause, for some reason, if the transaction happen both in Article 6.4 mechanism registry for Article 6.4 ERs, and then the transaction happening under different business rules for ITMOs in the party national registry, this may cause some confusion in terms of practical implementation. So it might also depends on how different the authorization terms and conditions that different parties have are going to be integrated into the mechanism registries. So for this reason, we think that some parties might want or prefer to execute transactions, including in particular the first transfer through their own system. And in our views, therefore, we think that, and in response to the question 9.2, we think that it should open to both, the connection should open to both pooling and viewing, as well as the moving of units, depending on whether parties would want to have that function in connection with their own registry. And we understand that as the mechanism registry has already been designed to have the function as a transactional registry. So in terms of cost, we don't think that this would pose too much incremental cost in terms of connection in order to allow for the moving of units. We also understand that this will depend on the interoperability methods, but we are aware that there are interoperability method that has currently been used that doesn't pose too much cost, such as cancellation and recreation method. And we think that this could be one of the approach that we can use in terms of connection between the mechanism registry and the national registry. So I will end my comment there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supanut, and also for reminding us of the cost issues that we definitely also have to tackle in Dubai. And regardless of our choices, there will be costs, and they may apply in different ways depending on the choices we make. But there is nothing that comes for free. The next on my list is the US, and it's Chris. Please, Chris, you have the floor.
Thanks, Per. Thanks to the Secretariat for the presentation as well. Just a couple of things to observe at the outset. I think we've been fairly clear and consistent that we think that pulling and viewing of data from the 6.4 mechanism registry is sufficient to meet parties' accounting and reporting needs under Article 6.2. So there's certain, the 6.4 registry, it's a transactional registry. There's certain transactions and outcomes in the 6.4 mechanism registry that may have accounting implications for parties. And then through the pulling and viewing of data relevant to those actions and outcomes, they can get the information they need to place in their 6.2 national registries for accounting and reporting purposes under Article 6.2. For question 9.2, it's posed sort of generically as whether physical A64 units can move from the mechanism registry to the international registry or national registries. But I think there's a lot to unpack there in terms of what do we specifically mean, and then also what are the potential accounting implications of those physical transfers. So for example, does this mean that physical units could move from a host party's portion of the 6.4 mechanism registry to the host party's national registry? Or do we mean that it could move to another party's national registry? Does it mean that private entities could directly transfer from an account in the 6.4 mechanism registry to a party's account in a national registry? And is that the host party's account, or is it another party's account? And then sort of going from there, what are all the accounting implications of those transfers under Article 6.2? So I think there's a lot that we need to unpack in terms of what, before we try to answer the question, like, what does it actually mean in practice if we were to say, yes, that physical units could move? And I think we really haven't had that discussion to try to unpack things. There's some questions related to other international mitigation purposes too, because our understanding is that some parties want to be able to move physical units related to, for example, airline compliance under CORSIA, and to have those surrendered to in a party registry account when they comply with CORSIA. But from a 6.2 accounting standpoint, a first transfer for OAMP is essentially a one-party transfer, right? It's functionally being canceled for the purposes of other international mitigation purposes. It's not moving to another party, and a party is not using ITMOS for OAMP, right? So it's a one-party cooperative approach, if you will. It's sort of novel in terms of that use case, but some parties have said we want to have airlines surrender those authorized 6.4 units. They're authorized by the host party for OAMP. It's essentially a one-way first transfer. They're effectively canceled. But you want to move those, some parties want to move those into their national account under 6.2. So what does that mean? Does that mean that effectively a first transfer has occurred to that party, or is there some other specific scenario that we're laying out to say, no, that has not occurred in this context? So I think there's, based on the different use cases here, there's just a lot of implications that I think we need to unpack and understand collectively in order to try to answer this question. So I sort of pose that as some general questions that we have. That said, we think that all the functionality we need to implement 6.4 and implement 6.2 is already provided in the guidance that we have through the pulling and viewing of data. So, mostly we think we have what we need right now to move forward, but we recognize that some parties want to have the ability to move the physical units, but we think there's a lot of implications to that we need to try to unpack and understand in order to assess whether it makes sense to go that route. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And I just recognize we have different histories in the room, and some of us are used to the KP systems, and most are not. And what we're used to in the past is often what colors our imagination. I have two more countries asking for the floor, New Zealand and the UK that we've seen, and an AGN wants to come back. Maybe we can take those who haven't spoken first. Okay. Yes. Then New Zealand, Jackie, please. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Pierre, and good morning, colleagues. It's good to be here on a beautiful Saturday. Let's see here. For us, we have agreement in the text, and the technical paper makes reference to this about the connection between the mechanism registry and the international registry as pulling and viewing. And I liked Singapore's kind of reference to that as mirroring. And so I think we recognize that this is already the guidance that we have. And if we are to develop further guidance, which I think, the question sort of alludes to, maybe we're not even sure what the connection is, but I think we at least have a basis, and then it's whether we are providing guidance for additional functionality or additional connection. If additional guidance is to be developed on this, I think it would depend, as Singapore also said, to the way that we design the international registry first before we kind of determine this connection. And it does seem like we are moving towards that two-tier type system, although we're not sort of speaking to it in this context in that much detail, to see kind of how they would work in practice together. For me, the question remains about the relationship between the mechanism registry and other registries. and the interoperability functions that would be required of this system. And some parties have sort of spoken to the desires about quite a high degree of connection between the mechanism registry, national registries, other registries. And we have a particular concern about the international registry being sort of a catch-all registry that tracks everything, and it seems in some cases like even more than just ITMOs. And so going back to our intervention from yesterday, I think we remain like highly unconvinced that not authorized units, whether these are mitigation outcomes in the context of 6.2 type arrangements or MCUs in the context of the central mechanism that exists unauthorized, should be kept track of in the international registry or national registries, which should have the same functions, as this is infrastructure that we're building for ITMOs and in our view ITMOs exclusively. And so if parties need to track emissions reductions before they are authorized, I think this needs to be done differently and potentially somewhere else. And we don't necessarily see the role of the international registry, or as I mentioned, even the function of national registries that are to track ITMOs to be used for this purpose. So that's just a reflection there. And then I just want to raise a question to the room around the paragraph in the technical paper, paragraph 98, which makes a reference to the ITMOs from the mechanism registry can be received, held, and used by all parties to the Paris Agreement without the need for further agreements, noting it as a giant cooperative approach between all parties to the Paris Agreement. And I was a bit surprised by this statement and wonder if other parties sort of agree with it, take it to be true. We were just curious around some of the implications of this sort of assumption, including on reporting, initial reports, and things like this. But yeah, just a question posed to the room if others view that paragraph to reflect their views. Thanks.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, then UK, is it Dexter? Oh, yeah, please.
Thanks, Pierre. Morning all. Briefly on registry infrastructure generally, we've previously expressed our preference for an interconnected system with common tracking and communication protocols, given the significant benefits of this approach. However, the registry functions paper released in June helps reconcile the different views in the room and how it is practically feasible to accommodate both transactional and higher tier approaches, which can build an inclusive Article 6 system. So given the need to make progress, we can support this dual functionality as other parties have referenced in light of the different visions in the room. Specifically on the first question, we welcome the Secretariat's technical approach in the 6.2 paper, which would enable the interoperability to be implemented through making the international registry and mechanism registry part of one technical system, achieving internal consistency. We see this as an efficient and cost-effective approach to achieving that consistency between Secretariat-operated registries. We are mindful of the risks, as others have mentioned in the room as well, on double counting and inconsistencies within registries, and therefore welcome procedures, standards, and infrastructure design approaches which mitigate against this. We also consider that there are benefits from consistency and integration across registries to therefore support connections between registries to facilitate this. And we also recognise for cost and practicality why it would be sensible for there to be one standard of interoperability with national registries, and we welcome the RSA forum informing that work as well. And briefly on the second question, yes, we would like to see the flexibility and possibility for 6.4 ERs to move between mechanism registry and the international or other national registries if they wish to do so, as others have mentioned as well. National registries, we think, should have the freedom to require these 6.4 ERs if they would like, and hindering this could limit the scaling and opportunity for Article 6. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dexter. Then, bye, and appreciate you.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the floor again. I just want to clarify on that in addition to what I have said, that we already took some decisions about the connection between the mechanism registry and the international one. We have also clearly stated that we will have further recommendation from the CMA on that connection between both. It's not just we have stated that it's pulling and pushing and it stopped. We have said also in the same decision that we will continue our discussion on that and provide further discussion on the connection that is needed between both. So it's why we are discussing that issue. And in my point of view, in addition to having this pulling and viewing, we need also to have to move physically units from the 6.4 mechanism, the mechanism registry, to the international registry. Because as we said, in this international registry, some party that don't have national registry. It's their national registry. It's a collection of national registries, and all operations that are needed from a national registry perspective may be done in this international registry as a party. And it's not only the one that don't have a national registry, because in the same text we also said any country can also have an account in the international registry to conduct those ones. So it's why I think this we need to go further and have this possibility to move physically units from the mechanism registry to the international registry, and also, as said by some other colleagues, have a transactional functions within the international registry. And all what is needed in reporting and all of that can be provided by this international registry. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a funny concept, moving physically with the virtual system of registries. I always explain how it's done in the registries we have, where they disappear from one registry and then they're sort of recreated, but kind of the concept of moving this piece of thing from here to there, it's different in the virtual world. So but okay. Secretariat. We have LMDC. So please. And UK flag is still up. So.
Thank you, Pierre. Just wanted to pose the question of what would it mean if we emptied the 6.4 registry of its units? Is it going to be a hollow and empty registry? And how would the units move from the 6.4 registry to the international registry if the international registry doesn't even have units, its tracking amounts? And just wanted to highlight that the decisions we have are clear of the purpose of the connection between the 6.4 registry and the international registry, and it clarifies that it is for the purpose of tracking. Thank you.
Thank you, Atia. CFRN.
Thank you, Pierre. Just very briefly, following up from New Zealand intervention, if the Secretariat can explain what does it mean on Article 98, the Article 6.4 mechanism may produce ITMO according its internal governance rule. I mean, for what we know, we never gave a governance rule to the 6.4 to create ITMOs, but if the Secretariat can explain this paragraph 98, that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica. That concluded the list of speakers from the parties. There were a number of questions, many questions. Many of them, I believe, were to all of us to the room to reflect on in the next weeks, but some were more specific and could perhaps benefit some more light being shed from the Secretariat. So I don't know, Michael or others, what do you would want to?
Thank you, Pierre, and thanks for the clarifications and questions and statements. It's a lot of food for thought, indeed. Let me start from the back on the governance rules of 6.4 that lead to the creation of ITMOs. Well, basically authorized 6.4 ERs or AERs, as we as trying to start to call them. They can be created by the 6.4 mechanism, and they are ITMOs. That's what is meant. There is no additional meaning in this sentence. And the authorization can actually come during the before issuance. So I guess that's what is meant by this statement. And then continuing from the back, LMDC, the international registry is both a transactional registry and an accounting registry, simply because there will be cooperative approaches that the parties will use, and these cooperative approaches may have their own charters that may imply moving units. So that's what we are describing also in the technical paper. Yeah, basically, the international registry is not only going to host the 6.4 units. It's going to be the transactional registry as well. Now, to the nature of pooling and viewing, and yeah, I would just have a little request to not use the word mirroring in this context, because it has a very specific technical meaning. And when you will be explaining what you need to your developers, don't tell them mirroring, tell them pooling and viewing. When we talked about mirroring during the RSA forum, that was about the way of establishing interoperability and not pooling and viewing. So pooling and viewing is basically when you have an account where ITMOs sit in one registry, and you have another account that looks into the content of this account and says, there are some ITMOs, and it can produce a statement that like a bank statement saying that the ITMOs are there, but the ITMOs continue to sit in the registry where they said before. Whereas physical movement of units is when the registries are interoperable in a way that an ITMO can leave one registry and kind of get into an account in another registry. Okay, so yeah, on the additional costs and being able or unable to actually physically move units between the registries, the international registry and the mechanism registry are going to be parts of one internally consistent technical system, and basically in order to move units between them, we just need to set up some business rules. And as Pierre said, nothing comes for free, but this comes out of the box. Basically, you can set up the international registry and the mechanism registry so that they can move units between them without a lot of additional cost. So this technical capability will be there. Whether you would like to allow it or not is a different question. Then the capability to move units between centralized registries, so basically mechanism and international registry and national registries is yet another question, and it will not be possible before interoperability arrangements are in place. But again, coming back to LMDC's question about having or not having units and moving or not moving them in 6.4, I guess you can regulate what is going to happen, what is not going to happen, but in the international registry and national registries, there may be cooperative approaches that will have their own charter, and the parties may agree that that between them units move. So I would expect that interoperability arrangements between national registries and international registry would include the possibility to move units, and that will also enable kind of out-of-the-box functionality to move units also for 6.4 as well. I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail. And let's see, one more flag. We're heading towards coffee time. Sorry, it's not fair to you to remind, but 2 more flags. So LMDC, Athia, please.
Thank you, Pierre. I just have a question. So the choice between a transactional registry and a tracking registry was an outstanding element from COP27. And having a transactional registry is nowhere in the decisions. Where is it exactly? So why do we keep saying that it will have a transactional registry? There's a difference between having the parties to choose between the 2 options and then keeping to say that it will have a transactional registry. I don't see it in the decisions. So please clarify this for me. Thank you.
Well, my understanding of the situation is we're preparing for Dubai, and we will clarify in our decisions in Dubai. We got as far as we got in Sharm, and have pulling viewing functions at least embedded in the system, and then we said we would provide some further guidance, like Mbai reminded us, and that's what we're discussing how much more specifications would we give, and how much room for the 2 visions would we give, and you've heard the room that there are different visions in the room, and there are also technical opportunities for 2 visions to coexist if parties so wish, but that depends on the outcome in Dubai. So that's my reading of the situation. Japan, Kazu, you.
I also just try to follow up, maybe just quickly, and thank you for maybe a little bit elaboration on pulling and viewing data. Could I just understand that pulling and viewing data is more like a AEF, information could be updated automatically between international registry and the mechanism registry. It's more like an AEF information could be generated automatically from 6.4 registry, and then those information could be kind of updated automatically. So basically, this is for the accounting purpose for that function. So just to try to understand how the pulling and viewing data could really work. Thank you.
Thanks, Kazu. And I think that's been put forward as part of the vision from some countries that there is interaction, and this happens can happen in real time. It's what I've heard from the room in earlier discussions on this. But Mikhail, do you want to comment? Or?
Well, that's the understanding. Yes, basically pulling and viewing, you don't get to do much with these accounts because they are essentially tracking other accounts. And the content of a pulling and viewing, like higher tier account, can be used for the generation of the AEF.
Thanks, Mikhail. Singapore, Rui. I'm sorry, I can't see your flag.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. So thank you very much for explaining pulling and viewing versus mirroring. I think that's important. I think more importantly is that we have to define. I think the decision text from COP27 already defined what the mechanism registry can do in terms of transaction. So we have to think of whether there's a need for the purpose of Article 6.4 to duplicate the function within the international registry to do transaction, or to stick to the framing of higher tier and lower tier. I think that's important as well. And after deciding that, I think it will be easier for us to decide what is the connection needed. Is it pooling and viewing, or is it a physical transfer, or is it really just a mirroring of the information to ensure consistency? Because ultimately what we want is consistency of the data across all registries that are connected or related to prevent double counting. So yeah, so that's my point. Thank you.
LMDC, please.
Thank you. Just a very quick reflection on some of the questions posed as to whether or not certain functionalities need to be replicated in the 6.4 mechanism versus only being in the 6.2 international registry. So like if the international registry can do it, why would you need the 6.4 mechanism to do it? I think, well, one, the 6.4 mechanism actually has a budget to get built and 6.2 doesn't. So you're more likely to get a registry for 6.4 than you are to get a registry for 6.2. And then also, if the transaction function is missing in the 6.4 registry, how would you be able to exchange MCUs if you need to do that?
Thanks, Maria. Singapore wants to come back.
Yeah, quick clarification. I'm saying that the transaction function rests in the mechanism registry, not in the intentional registry. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Let me just consult, because that completed the speakers list of on this item. Let me just consult on coffee break and the way forward today. Just excuse us a second. We just the reason why we're having this discussion between us is that this is a Saturday, and on the Saturday the cantinas are not open, which means that and the food trucks are not there outside, which means that if we were to have a lunch break, it would have to be a long lunch break, unless everybody wants to go to the Imbiss by the river. So if we can manage to have a coffee break with something more than cookies, hopefully, which may arrive in some minutes or so, then we could wrap up the rest of the agenda items before lunch and be done before lunch. It would be a late break compared to normal lunch hours, but otherwise we will face some trouble with people having to go quite a bit away to feed. So if we can then start working on the next item, which is avoidance, and then at least hear the presentations before a coffee break, and then see how that would take us, and then have the coffee break and hopefully wrap up for lunch. That would be the ideal scenario. So. And we would have to do some musical chairs thing, because avoidance in this discussion is 6.4. I think we've put it off a little bit in 6.2, so we will come back to it in 6.2 in half a year or so. Bon. Kate, please.
Friends, while we are doing a little bit of a swap over here, just we'll begin with again back to the 6.4 session, and then for this, Kate and I will be co-facilitating, and want to request, I believe Philippines has a presentation, and we would like Philippines can set the stage with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So now can I?
Yeah,
have
sure,
the floor
sure,
now?
sure. And just we've dedicated about an hour or so for this, but let's see, on the Saturday, the incentive to to be more efficient might be there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Thanks so much, co-facilitators. Pleasant morning to everyone. So, Philippines would like to thank everyone for having this the topic on emissions avoidance included in this technical experts dialogue. So I'd be focusing on emissions avoidance as the other half, which is that topic on conservation improvement is not a proposal by the Philippines. So it's an emissions avoidance as an eligible mitigation activity under the articles of Article 6, that's 6.2, 0.4, and 0.8. On the next slide, yes, we've been discussing this for the last 2 sessions of the CMA, CMA 3, CMA 4, and now we have this technical experts dialogue as part of the mandate and under CMA 4 decision. So also the Philippines has also submitted its views, and now it has become part of the synthesis report. On the next slide, we would like to emphasize that the proposal is the inclusion of the activity on emissions avoidance in addition to the existing activities on reduction and removals. So just to give you some of the description which we would like to work on, taking off from the past positions that we have already presented to the body, that we would like to work to have avoidance because it's different, entirely different from emissions reduction. So basically, it's full displacement or prevention of emissions that could be generated by planned emitting activities in energy, transport, manufacturing, agriculture, and even induced deforestation and other development activities. Planned because we would like to look at the existing plans like the NDC, the development plans of parties, and even the just energy transition, which could constitute this overall plan, which because of emissions or emissions avoidance or displacement of greenhouse gas emissions, then there could be changes in these plans so that we could avoid this the greenhouse gas emitting activities, like as I mentioned earlier. So this is a proactive activity rather than the reactive way of dealing with greenhouse gas emissions as it cuts or displaces emission at their source, thus preventing them from being emitted. So the basis for this introduction of emissions avoidance activity is based on the systematic risk management approach, wherein if prevention of adverse impacts can happen if we avoid the source of or root cause of the risk, which in this case are the greenhouse gases. So it's a risk management measure. Full prevention of greenhouse gas will translate to full avoidance of impacts. On the next slide, we have also shared this legal and technical sources of concept and context of emissions avoidance. I'm referring to Article 3 of Paragraph 2 of the Convention that states that parties should take precautionary measures to anticipate, prevent, or minimize the causes of climate change, and so on. The preamble of the Paris Agreement will also state that we should recognize the deep reductions in global emissions that is required to achieve the ultimate objective of the convention. On the next slide, just to highlight the difference between avoidance and reduction, as I've already mentioned earlier, this avoidance will fully prevent the release of potential greenhouse gases ex ante, like for example through the use of non-greenhouse gas emitting technologies, while reduction will only partially mitigate or lessen the amount of emissions produced. But both activities will address or would add up to the overall mitigation, emissions mitigation. And emissions avoidance will also translate to zero or no additional risk, while emissions reduction will still have residual risks and therefore would also result in impacts down the line. But again, both would result in mitigating the risks and potential damages, but they only that they differ in the degree of management of efficacy as of the cascading risks and impacts. So the Philippines would consider emissions avoidance as a serious option of greenhouse gas mitigation because of its higher mitigation value compared to the limited value of emissions reduction. Few slides more. Next slide. Okay. This could appear as an opinion, but I'd like to emphasize these imperatives for developing countries, especially in working as regards to the committed means of implementation, which should still be, that needs to be provided. So we would like to emphasize that the emissions avoidance is a major solution because unnecessary emissions will no longer be generated, especially by developing countries, if they have acquired the means of implementation, including non-greenhouse gas emitting technologies, rather than having the actual emissions that should be cleaned up or mitigated later on. So it's tantamount to saying that in dealing with in dealing with the means of implementation, we would prefer non-greenhouse gas emitting technologies rather than those technologies that would still emit or that would require cleanup or mitigation later. Next slide. So as I've emphasized, we would like to, we're proposing, the Philippines is proposing for the inclusion of emissions avoidance as an activity based on or taking off from the eligible CDM activity that we have. We are looking at agreed or approved methodologies that have been that are included in the CDM methodology, in the approved CDM methodology. So looking at the methodologies, the CDM methodology, there is a categorization by the type of mitigation activity, and this would include emissions avoidance. Next slide. Just an example of this methodologies that are existing. So various activities are also included that would refer to reduction or avoidance of emissions, like for example, avoidance of anaerobic decay of biomass, as well as the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions with a treatment of wastewater, as an example. Next slide. So there are methodologies and emissions avoidance per sector, as already included as an approved CDM methodology. Like for example, manufacturing industries. Most of the NDC, the policies and measures under the NDC of the Philippines would deal with this methodologies, with this avoidance methodologies. Next slide. As well as on agriculture. Next slide. And on chemical industries, metal production, as well as fugitive emissions from fuel. Next slide. There are a lot of methodologies that we would like to refer on. We would like to work on. We would like to continue working on, especially on waste handling and disposal. Next slide. And on energy, of course, renewable energy would be a very eligible activity under emissions avoidance. Especially, we have to look at to work on hydropower, which we have. To some extent, we have also wind power plant, solar cookers, and also biomass fired broiler. And on the next slide, there are also methodologies for renewable energy or renewable electricity that will also support our just energy transition. So that's all, colleagues. Thanks so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, for your views on this matter. And then I believe we have a second presentation, Eduardo of CFRN. Okay, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Sonan, and good morning, colleagues. On behalf of Coalition for Rainforest Nation, we're gonna give our views of the consideration of emissions avoidance and conservation enhancement activity, mainly due to the impact that they might have in some articles, specifically paragraph 2 of Article 5 of the Paris Agreement, and some other decisions that already has been agreed on the UNFCCC. So please, next slide. Well, this is the mandate that we have from SOPSTA, and of course also if we read the decisions that we have from Glasgow, consideration also the activities include emission avoidance in 6.2. and of course emissions avoidance and conservation enhancement of activities in 6.4. It's a bit it's a bit worried for us, specifically for many implications that many developing countries are already implementing right now regarding to what might be the definition of these activities, and this is more or less what we'll try to clarify. Next slide, please. As I say, now we have the Article 5, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. And just want to remind the whole group that there are 5 activities that are coming from the Paragraph 7 of Decision 1 CP16 that are already anchored into the Paris Agreements. Reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation, the role of conservation. I want to highlight that this role of conservation, under this discussion, we want to refer it to the forest conservation, sustainable management of forests, and enhancement of forest carbon stocks in developing countries. So that is a reality that is in the Paris Agreement. So We cannot just ignore it or deny, and we have to fulfill all the rules, modalities, procedures that are behind this article. Next slide, please. I'm just showing, I don't think I have all the decisions, but this is more or less all the decisions that are supporting paragraph 2 of Article 5, including these terms again of conservations or emissions avoidance in the forest sector, and ignoring all these decisions is a big mistake. I don't think we could change the decision. Of course, we cannot change the Paris Agreement. So that's what I want to highlight here. There is a full set of decisions that has been discussed, and it took us 10 years to discuss and agree, and that's the outcome that we have. Next slide, please. Paragraph 70, the diagram on the left shows the interactions of the different activities that are related under the forest sectors, which include conservation, which is the one on the top. And here what I want to highlight, that conservation is an activity already agreed under the forest sector, on the REDD+, and we don't need a definition on forest sector and should not consider something similar as a removal activity in 6.4. It's already agreed under 5.2, and we should avoid confusions and misinterpretation of what we are already doing. And also many developing countries are already engaged in the REDD+ scheme, trying to present the results as part of their NDCs and the achievement of the NDCs and meeting the Paris Agreement. Next slide, please. One important point is when we present those forest reference levels to be reviewed by the convention, the experts on the conventions, countries that are including conservation already define this. And I'm just showing some of the definitions for the groups. And there are many definitions that you could see and read them sometimes in the NDC, but for sure for countries that are developing forest reference level, including the 5 REDD+ activity, they have to show this definition. So we don't see why the 6.4 should include a different definition, a different way to define what country has already defined. So I just read the first one, or you could read the first one, greenhouse gas emission and CO2 removals in the forest land that remain as such caused by set of human activity whose purpose is to guarantee the integrity of the forest ecosystem. So it's human activities trying to conserve the issues of forests. And there is another one that you could read it when the presentation is posted. Next one, please. So here is when we start integrating conservations and removals. Conservation refers to carbon stocks and thus to the net removal of CO2 that those stocks have generated. It's well understood that conservation is a common and inalienable thread that integrate all eligible REDD+ activities, as I have been explaining, are part of the paragraph 70 of decision 116. This implies that conservation and increase of carbon stock cannot be considered outside of REDD+ for any mitigation purpose under the Paris Agreement. Only 5.2 should consider conservation of forests. So both conservation and enhancement of forest carbon stock are already included in the REDD+ mechanisms and fall under the mitigation definition just presented. So we don't need to discuss conservation of forests under 6.4. Next slide, please. And here's where I do the transition to my confederate colleague.
Very briefly, there are a couple of slides with graphic. That's what I like to present. But here, just so what is emission avoidance? So emission avoidance is the potential that something could happen. We are not sure. In the meantime, there is a threat, and they say we should get paid. We should, put this into market. So
most of the times baseline, I bring an example because unfortunately a lot of this avoidance is happening in forest project at the moment. That's the one that everybody's doing. And unfortunately they also use the name REDD+ instead of just forestry project. REDD+ we know is the one under the UN, national level, national scale, avoiding leakage, but they use the same name. And so it creates a lot of confusion. But what it happens basically, so what happened, you get a project, you get an area of the country where there is a lot of deforestation, and then you say, okay, this is my baseline. Then you apply this baseline to another part of the country. So most of the time is a park managed by the government actually, and the government has no idea. And they say, okay, so I'm gonna show you how good I'm gonna well in this area of the country, actually sometimes is a park, compared to the other one. So there is no additionality because that park has been there. It was gonna be there because it's guaranteed. But that's what is put into the market for pay. And then we got, the Garden Review and etc. That unfortunately 90 to 95% of these forestry projects are avoidance, and actually they're not real reductions. And so we really need to avoid that. Under the UN and the Paris Agreement, we stick to real removals and real reductions. And why do we need that? I have a couple of graphics just to show these. If we go on the next slide, here it simply shows on the left side what is a baseline of an avoidance project, climbing up. And then that belongs to another part of the country. And then say whatever I do below, on the red line, I get paid for that, which actually has been like that in all the time, by you trying to secure that gap. What happened under the UNFCCC, you need to have historical data. And so you need to base on what you had. You cannot create a fictitious baseline, and you need to have it for your national territory. So not apply one area to a different area that does not belong. So you are about real emission and real reductions. But why is so important? If we go to the next slide, we see that, so how much is the remaining carbon budget, colleagues, that we have to avoid the climate impact of 1.5? The Paris Agreement is 300 gigatons. When we overcome that, we're done. And we know how big is the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees. It's life and death for many people, for biodiversity, and much things. So if we avoid our things out of these 380, so let's do a simple math. How much are the carbon storage of these? So just simply in carbon, land, and forest, there is about 900 gigatons. Proven fossil fuel reserves are 2,800 gigatons. And then the probable fossil fuel are 12,000 gigatons. So if we avoid our things of the climate catastrophe, we're just going to climate catastrophe. And in the next slide, we just have, we did an analysis and Adriana, sorry, Colombia is there. It doesn't mean anything. It's just that we did simply an analysis. Given avoidance has been used in a lot of, on unfortunately forestry project. We don't want to call it REDD+, because again, REDD+ to the UN. And we analyze it, and we saw where a country has a REDD+ national strategies. So it engages with the national reference level, is engaging with national information system for safeguards, etc. Actually, the deforestation has been going down. But on the right side, the countries that have been living mostly also to voluntary standard, and the ministry feels comfortable because, okay, there are a lot of actors, they're doing projects, etc. So you feel comfortable that has been handled right. But actually, we have been seeing that deforestation is going up. And so that's why, the national approach where there is a Paris Agreement compliance focus on removals and reduction, real removal reduction, we feel is the way forward, and there is no space for avoidance to avoid our hope out of climate catastrophe really in any sector of the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. Thank you.
Thank you to the Confederacy of Electrical Network. Jokes aside, but thank you, CFRN, for again another useful. Just give a different perspective on this issue under 6.4 that we do need to find a solution here. Before throwing the room open for questions to parties and groups, I just want to check with the secretary about that, the mini lunch that. Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. Okay, then. Anyway, thank you, Philippines and CFRN, and colleagues. I would now like to open the floor to your interventions. We would like to hear your views on what future guidance could be given from CMA or 5 on this matter. Any party or group is welcome to take or request the floor. Thank you. The floor is open. We have US, Molly, and sorry, Martin. I overlooked EU. Apologies. Martin, you have the floor.
Apologies. I'm very happy that the US goes first. Please.
Molly, you have the floor. The US, please.
And also appreciate the presentations and the opportunity to discuss this. Although when we have discussed this topic in the past, it has so far concluded with a number of parties suggesting that this question be referred to the 6.4 supervisory body. Given the fact that those procedures are under development, taking into account different types of mitigation results, and the understanding that one way to address these concerns is to indicate that if activities meet the requirements of the 6.4 mechanism, RMPs, that they should be eligible. I think today illustrates the challenges of trying to define emissions avoidance in this context. It's our understanding that avoided emissions refer to scenarios where emissions are avoided from sources that are not currently sources of emissions or were not sources in the relevant past. And this describes a pretty limited number of scenarios, such as actions taken to keep standing native forests standing. But it doesn't describe emissions reductions achieved by taking actions that destroy or remove or reduce emissions from existing emissions sources, even where counterfactual baselines or reference emissions sources are used to determine the baseline emissions that are being displaced or reduced. The vast majority of activities, including those related to forests and land use, are credited on the basis of emissions reductions, not avoiding emissions. There are emissions avoidance activities, such as conservation activities, which are integrated within broader strategies, so may contribute. But crediting for those preferably large-scale activities is, as CFRN noted, often based on emissions reductions relative to an historical reference emissions look-back period. So we have always supported these activities to be undertaken at a jurisdictional scale, which parties have already agreed in relation to finance, but potentially also market-based activities. And that's including to avoid emissions leakage. But the fact that there is a significant risk of emissions leakage is how you know that these activities involve emissions reductions on the crediting side. But here we're talking about the 6.4 mechanism, which is considering procedures for addressing leakage. And removals and activities involving removals and reductions, and that work should continue, and I think allow that body some space to work through the development of the underlying procedures that are applicable to all activity types. It seems premature at best to be talking about a very specific and limited number of activity types as we are in this context, and particularly on behalf of that body. So as we've, I think, identified in the past, would also support, I guess, if it's possible to refer this consideration to the 6.4 mechanism. I believe they already have this in their work program as well. That seems like a constructive way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, US. We now have you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for both the presentations, excellent presentations, and I think helps clarify the issue. As I think you'll remember, we are highly reluctant to add new concepts to the mandate of either the 6.4 body or 6.2, and think that the concept of emission reduction and enhanced removal is what we're meant to be working on, and we're meant to be working on that very deliberately, because it's emissions and removals that need to be balanced at some point this century, and that's the target, and that target is scientifically based. We are currently emitting and averaging massively 50 gigatons a year, and we will be still emitting around that amount at the end of this decade collectively as a human race, and that is twice where we need to be, very roughly. And this mechanism is meant to be contributing to closing the gap. And that is a very, very difficult proposition, given the level of demand that we have out there at 50 gigatons a year, continuing emissions under NDCs. So a little bit of sober reflection on the reality that we are in, both the environmental reality and the economic reality of what demand is out there, I think is needed. So I'm grateful particularly to CFRN for the slides around what avoidance could mean. I think there's an amount of terminological uncertainty about the term avoidance. It's used in a range of different contexts, but it could mean the crediting of stocks. I.e. carbon that is held currently in forests that are vulnerable to climate change, carbon that is held in the ground. And it has been presented in that way quite starkly in previous sessions under different agenda items. And that's simply something the market cannot afford. It will essentially allow offsetting of emissions with stocks, and will not get us anywhere near the goals that we need to go to. And I think the slides of CFRN are worth looking at. That particular quantitative slide is worth looking at, and any paper that's developed in any process that looks at avoidance needs to look at the numbers and look at the what the proposition is. Now, I understand that avoidance has been used within the CDM context, and I'm sure my colleague Lambert can explain some of the terminological and methodological issues there. It has been used in that context, but always under the rubric of emission reduction, and always under the baseline and additionality rules that apply to emission reductions under the CDM. So that's both worrying in a sense, that why are we against avoidance when it's already been done, but comforting in another way, in the sense that some projects which are labelled avoidance, it is possible to credit under an emission reduction definition. But thanks for the opportunity to think about this further, and I guess we're going to think about it further at the COP. But for us, it's a focus on whether this will deliver anything further, and whether the concepts that we have on the table and the mandates we have on the table are not only enough, but actually essential to what it is that we're trying to do.
Thank you. still have a few minutes. Okay, we have Abu.
Yeah, thank you, Sonam, and thank you also for the Philippines and the coalition for their insightful presentations that we think that highlight pretty well the different understanding that different parties are having about the terms of emission avoidance and maybe the confusion that is around these terms. So we tend to align with the comments made by the Coalition for Reformed Nations and also the European Union. And maybe to respond to this question 10.1, so in Abu's view, the emissions avoidance does not fit into the mechanism under the 6.4. We have several rationales for that we would like to explain. But maybe first also a reflection on the definition of ITMOS as we are referring to emission reductions and removal. So even in the case that we are maybe considering emission avoidance under 6.4, at least that will not be eligible to be authorized under Article 6.2, as it's not fitting into the definition of an ITMO. So this being said, there are several criteria and risks that we see on the definitions of the consideration of what some parties are calling emission avoidance. Among the challenges that we've foreseen are the availability of methodologies to ensure the environmental transparency and the integrity of the calculations, the assessment of additionality, the ways to address leakage and non-permanence, among other methodological and even effective risk on the field. Then I think also it should be worth differentiating between these terms of emission avoidance and what is called emission reductions under RED Plus framework. So in Abu's views, there are different types of activities that can be supported, but some of the activities describing as pertaining to this category of emission avoidance, we think will be more adequately seen under the framework of the Warsaw framework of the Convention and on Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. And last but not least, also differentiate with definitions of removals. That we provided already a specific submissions on removal for 6.4 mechanism addressing monitoring and reporting and accounting issues there that can be addressed also for the removal. But we think it's important to have a very clear distinction on what we understand by emission avoidance and the different interpretation that is already stated in the RED Plus framework under the convention, and not to confuse one thing with the others. So thanks.
Thank you, Abu. We have the AGN.
Thank you, and thank you, Philippine and CFNR, for this your presentation. And I think since the beginning, when it comes to this agenda item, I think there was some understanding of the concept. And with the presentation made and the example provided in relation to the CDM and those type of project and methodologies and all of that, that gives more clarity and what the proponent of this one wanted in this area. And we have seen that many of those type of activities are already taken into account under the 6.4. The current work on developing the principle for methodologies. And also some concern the CFR have are not taken into account in the current work under the Article 6.4. So it's why I think it will be better to wait until we complete the work under 6.4, not addressing, because it's the same issue we have under 6.4 as well as under 6.2. Based on the outcome of the 6.4 on methodologies as well as on removals, we will have a very clear picture on whether the activities that Philippines presented and wanted to be addressed by the Article 6 are taken into account. And at the same time, some concern in relation to removals are excluded in these removals activities. I think based on that work and the outcome and the decision to be taken on 6.4, we'll have a very clear picture on whether there are some remaining activities some party wanted to be addressed by the 6.4 that are not taken into account by the current work ongoing under Article 6 and the decision to be taken in CMA 5 on 6.4. And based on that, I think we'll be in a better position to see how to address those remaining activities. Because it was just, I think, an issue of concept. But at the end of the day, what matters is the activities themselves, whether they are taken into account by the mechanism or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ejim. We now have CFRM.
Sonan, thanks. Just some reaction to the U.S. intervention. 6.4, supervisory body, has no mandate to decide what parties have already been decided. In particular, there's been the supervisory body is required to take guidance by the COP. And the COP has not included avoidance after long discussions, almost years of discussions. And so the supervisory body has no mandate to reopen what has already been decided by the COP, where expresses guidance, or change what the COP has been decided. So that's a very important point for us. Also clarifying, Molly said conservation basically is avoidance. Well, actually it's not. After long deliberations, the COP said that conservation is reflected by the removals the conserved area achieved, and that's what our colleague from ABU was stating. So those are very big difference. Then also was mentioned, US said the party already agree in jurisdictional scale avoidance. So we wonder where. First of all, in the Paris Agreement, the UN, there is no word of jurisdictional. Has never been touched. That's more a word used by the VCS word that does not belong to this word. And so just so we're unclear on that. Thank you. Sana.
Thank you, CFN. We now have Colombia.
Thank you, Sonam. I won't speak on behalf of ILEX since I guess everybody knows ILEX positions on this topic. But I would like to make some reflections and use the coalition's slides for those reflections. The first reflection is Colombia has had quite a lot of years. Well, let's say those are a lot for a small country like Colombia, 7 years of experience on REDD+ projects. And the conclusions are more or less the same that the coalition have mentioned. We have seen that most of the projects not necessarily are yielding real reductions because they are not aligned with the national reference level, even though we already have methodologies for REDD+ projects, right? So even though we already have that, that doesn't mean that they are yielding real reductions. So that's something that for us worries quite a lot. There is a second point, which is human rights. Those are like the main issue in Colombia. Right now, we are having 3 judiciary processes on REDD+ projects because they are not complying with human rights. I know we have safeguards, and the state obviously tries to protect the safeguards, but that doesn't mean that the projects themselves are implementing them, and that's something that worries quite a lot because due to this, the markets are on downside or they are not well used. As a country, we have tried to also tell the actors that carbon markets is not the only tool, and maybe there are some activities that should not be in markets and should be in other kind of schemes, such as results-based payment, because it's the methodologies. It's like they are better used in results-based payments rather than markets. I cannot say specifically here why, but there are so many variables in markets that have been shown us that there are some kinds of activities that should not be in markets. Those are like the 2 reflections that I would like to bring into the reflections. Also, having into account that Article 6 is an article that should help us reduce emissions, enhance ambition, and protect environmental integrity. So if we are having this into mind, we should speak exactly on what the Article 6 should focus on, which is reductions and removals. And yeah, those are the reflections that I wanted to bring into the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Any more requests or any more? Japan, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much, and also for the presentation by the Philippines, and also by the CFRN, and which are all very valuable inputs. And also hearing from the other groups and parties' views. And I also wanted to maybe, in terms of how we kind of work towards, COP, and particularly in this agenda item. I think first thing is probably to be good to, if we could all agree in COP28 that maybe we are not really reopening to what we have already agreed to it. I think that's the kind of a message is that we are all hearing. So we have already, emission reductions and also removals that are already defined in the Glasgow, and we have also many separate decisions related to the REDD+. So I think if we all agree to, we are not really reopening to any kind of definitions on avoidance. I think if we have that agreement, I think that would be really good to like mentioning in our decision. And second part is I also echo to what Amubai from AGN mentioned about. I think we also try to kind of finalize all the rules related to 6.4, related to methodology requirements, including removals, and all the project standards, and which basically enables 6.4 to operationalize, again, based on the agreement in CMA5. So I think with all these set of rules and guidance being, again, agreed and endorsed by the CMA, I think we are very much more in a good position to really discuss in more details. So I think maybe we can also think that maybe really more focusing on the 6.4, those rules to be agreed, and then Then I think next year we can more specifically discuss about what kind of activities being considered in the 6.4, including the development of certain methodologies. Some of the methodology may also, kind of look into some of the aspects related to this so-called avoidance. So I think it'd be good to, for us to really focusing on those aspects, so that we have a decision. We are not really opening, but also we can kind of focus on the some part of the operationalizing aspects, and then we can discuss more specifically in terms of what kind of activities could be discussed or eligible under the 6.4 or even 6.2 context. So yeah, I think that those are the things that maybe we can kind of think about in terms of reflecting our decision. Thank you.
Japan. We have Philippines.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Just a quick rejoinder on the views that were presented by colleagues. I'm thankful that the CFRN and Colombia and ABU have also shared their views, especially on the experience that we had in implementing REDD+, which is covered by another article under the Paris Agreement. We also we support REDD+. In fact, the Philippines has been one of the staunch negotiators on REDD+ when we were negotiating on this. And until now, we have not really. It's an ironic that the Philippines has not really worked on a REDD+ yet. We don't have any REDD+ project yet, and even reforestation project under the CDM, we don't have that yet. But we really we appreciate those initiatives already undertaken by colleagues by other parties, which would give us a lot of lessons not to avoid those experiences which were not really giving us the actual removals. So and also I'd like to thank also AGN for giving the opportunity to take into account other activities. So let me the Philippines would like to point out that we are looking at additional activity that could be supported by methodologies, and we're not, as pointed out by Japan, we're not proposing for the reopening of any definition or any inclusion of new terminologies in Article 6. We would like just to emphasize that additional activities should be also taken into account, as emphasized by AGN. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Philippines. Any more flags? Okay, then, okay, just another 5 seconds. Okay, then, colleagues, thank you for your views on further guidance you expect from CMA 5 on this matter. We are now, if I don't see any flags, we are now concluding our discussion on this session. We'll break for coffee, and we'll return. When we return, we'll be wrapping up the technical event sessions by hearing your views on any remaining matters and your expectations for COP28. We'll start our final of the next session at 12:30, and a request from, I think, Kate and me is that if you all can be ahead of the 12:30 so that we can start on time and we can bring closure to a beautiful Saturday. Thank you.
Colleagues, if you could please take your seats, we'll start very soon.
Before we start, I mean, Perumal says that this one that was found somewhere is not his. Yes.
This is my.
Okay. Colleagues, welcome back. The speaking note says it's me on duty. So, but all four of us are on duty up here, and we're now taking up our last session of the day, which is on these technical events discussions. We will be hearing on views on any issues you would like to raise on these matters, two matters on 6.2 and 6.4, which is other issues and COP expectations, and also, including the latter. We have some time, allocated. We'll go as long as necessary until our stomachs force us to wind up. So, without much further ado, I'm happy to open the floor for any parties or groups to express what you have in mind, whether there are issues that we haven't covered that we should go into here, and your expectations for COP. So please, the floor is open. Okay, we covered all the issues, and there are no expectations for COP. Interesting. MJ, please go forward. You have the floor. Well, it is St. Kitts and Nevis, probably.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, going to break the ice here, I guess. Not on expectations for the COP, but just to elaborate a little bit on an issue that came up earlier. I'm not sure whether other matters is the place to discuss it. It came up in the context of the International Registry, and it counts in the International Registry. And again, this has to do with SOP and OMGE, and it's not a political issue. Let me just be clear. It's a practical issue because the decisions have already been taken. Raise strong encouragement, et cetera, to parties and stakeholders to make contributions for SOP and for OMG under 6.2. Totally appreciate that this is it's a voluntary process, but it's very important that that when parties do make those contributions, or whether they're directing units, if they choose to direct units to the adaptation fund, for example, or if they choose to do cancellations for OMGE, that the system that we set up enables that to actually function readily. And this is relevant for the Substitute Chair's paper that'll be coming out. It's also very relevant for the business rules that get set up for the registry. And again, I just want to mention that page 17 of the technical paper, paras 83 to 86, they're not, in a way, they just don't go into sufficient detail to provide comfort that some of these issues have been either thought through or will be sorted out by by ultimately the registry system that gets established, and the basically the call for proposals that'll go out for the folks who put together the system. But it's and let me just walk through this a little bit so people appreciate where I'm coming from. It'll be useful to have a distinct cancellation account for OMGE because those cancellations are going to be different from regular voluntary cancellations that happen in host party accounts or for administrative cancellations that may need to happen. And that's because, as we discussed previously, they're associated with ITMO, so they're associated with corresponding adjustments. So it's useful to have a distinct cancellation account rather than just a general account for cancellations that encompasses all kinds of cancellations, because OMG cancellations are going to be different. And the parties that are making those contributions or cancellations appreciate that. Now, similarly with SOP, it'd be useful to have to establish either a designated account for the adaptation fund, appreciating, again, that the adaptation fund is not a party, but that there's probably benefit in establishing some sort of designated account for the adaptation fund in the international registry, much in the same way we've done with the 6.4 setup. And there'll also be a need, and this is really I guess an issue directed to the Secretariat or the folks dealing with the registry setup, or maybe to us just to provide some clarification, but where transfers get made by host parties, for example, to the adaptation fund, if a party decides it's going to direct units, if it chooses to direct units to the adaptation fund, it's important that those transfers made by a host party are understood as first transfers, so that we're avoiding double counting when the adaptation fund goes ahead and tries to monetize those units. So other ways we could do it, but it'd probably be cleanest to just be clear in our rules that that's the chain of events. There are probably other options for doing it, but again, just so that when parties make those contributions, the implications are clear. Similarly, if a host party makes a transfer, like a cancellation, let's put it that way, for purposes of OMGE, again, it'll be important that it's clear that that's understood as a first transfer that implies a corresponding adjustment. Because in our rules that are encouraging cancellations, those are referenced as cancellations of ITMOs. So the notion is that, again, there's an associated corresponding adjustment. So just to make the point that I think we do need to, having made these strong encouragements, we just need to as a very practical matter, again, not a political issue at this point, but as a practical matter, just be able to track those contributions and make it clear that we're avoiding double counting in both those situations. Thanks.
Thanks, MJ, and also for bringing this up in this technical workshop, because then we have time to reflect on it and get it right in Dubai instead of well, addressing it straight away in Dubai, that it's much better to have a prepared thing to get things technically right. EU, is that Lambert or it's Martin? Martin, please.
Hi, I'm so sorry I'm not there. I'm missing a lot of coffee breaks, but enjoying a solitary coffee here. Just maybe two parts to what I want to say. The first one is in terms of preparation of the paper that we will get in the run-up to the COP. First of all, very welcome that this work will be done. I think it will help us a lot, and the conversations we've had here, I hope, will be reflected in a balanced way in that paper. I just wanted to emphasize that we made the point a couple of times, I think, that submissions that we've made during the year, some of the positions that we expressed or options that we asked for were not reflected in the paper. So I just emphasize, take a look at our submissions. They were a lot of hard work, and we don't want to have to do them again. Then another thing I think is that we're in a highly technical stage of discussion, and there are highly technical things being discussed, and we definitely need to have kind of clarity on those issues, but not to forget that these beautiful bits and pieces need to fit together. So some sense in the paper about how it all fits together would be useful. So that's more about the paper. And then in terms of expectations for the COP, well, I kind of struggle with this to an extent, because many of my bosses say, are you still talking? Like, isn't it done? And I know that we're in an operational phase, an unoperationalizable phase of our discussions, and I think that's true. And there will be a lot of emphasis on us needing to, finish the operationalization of the mechanisms. But I do think in some of our decisions there are assumptions we're making that make it probable that we will be having further discussions next year. And one of them is in and around our preparedness to implement 6.2. And we've had discussions on capacity building, and we've had discussions on the initial reports, and we've had discussions on the potential rush of material coming into the review system. I do think we need to pause and have some consideration around how ready we are and what we can do to support readiness where there's a gap. So a capacity building discussion is needed, because I don't really know how much of a rush we will have. I also think that there are issues plainly in and around avoidance and removals that we might need to take a look at. We have a work program next year that involves looking at our accounting, etc. Perhaps it would be included in that. So that there are things that will continue after the COP. The second thing is, I think under 6.2, it's really important that we, from our perspective anyway, that we structure 6.2. And I have a feeling that while we've concentrated a lot on the AEF and on individual authorizations of units, etc., certainly for us, a clear understanding of what a cooperative approach is and the approaches to authorizing cooperative approaches, the initial report, the manual for the initial report, are at least as important as the AEF. If we don't structure all of the decision making that happens prior to the generation of an action, even accepting that some actions may be already underway, I think we will have a bit of a mess. So we would like to have a definition of cooperative approach, clear separation of authorizations, and clear guidance on contents of authorizations. We then think we can talk about the registry system in a more rational way, and I do think we're going to need to find a way of accommodating both approaches to registry systems, though I realise that seems very controversial, and we need to sort out the AEF. On the 6.4 side, there's something we haven't discussed here, but the biggest thing I think that's going to happen is the supervisory body is going to come up with methodological and removals standards, and that may take a lot of our attention at the COP. Who knows? The meeting is next week and we'll see what we come up with. I don't think that in the context of a discussion on emission reductions and removals that we can really seriously engage with the idea of avoidance, at least as defined as the crediting of stocks. That would not be a credible thing for us to do. So I expect that we will have an exchange of experience on capacity building. I think we should start talking about how we integrate markets and long-term strategies in some way. And, well, best of luck to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin, and thanks also for pointing to submissions. I mean, submissions are always welcome and normally quite helpful. Yeah, I can appreciate the work going into, particularly an EU submission. We were applicant country 30 years ago, and I participated in some of these coordinating things before we had a referendum. And yeah, it's labor intensive. You can imagine what it did to my vote in the referendum. But yeah, let's see. We have. Not many more flags. Also, I mean, another reflection is there is a narrative out there that we are just creating work for ourselves in this group, that we need to make sure that we come out of Dubai with something to do next year. But I'm trying to argue against my bosses, and with limited success sometimes. So I share the type of, I've been in the type of situation you, Martin, described. Haven't you finished talking? We haven't. There is a reason why, material reason why we're sitting here, and that we may be sitting next year as well for some of these things. Oh, is that all the expectations and no other issues? Martin covered it all.
Sorry, I'm laughing. No, I didn't.
Bon, Aylak, Adriana, please.
Thank you, Pierre. Just wanted to support what the EU was stating before. We also agree that we should start during the COP talking about authorization and corresponding adjustment for both articles. Not corresponding adjustment, sorry. Cooperative approach. Just so that we can figure out first these topics before going into the AF. Because what we felt during this workshop was that even though the AF is really important, we started talking about the AF and then about the authorization, and that's why it was so complicated for most of the parties to say something on certain sales of the AF. So yeah, that's everything. Thank you.
Thanks. We used to have a prime minister who got famous at home for saying that everything is connected to everything. so that may be some of the situation here. We will have to have a game plan and work with Harry for what we're doing in Dubai. And so we would like to take any advice that you have, but need to come back to that when we present the game plan in Dubai, assuming that you would accept us, the four of us, as co-facilitators, which is the first step. Bon. Like-minded, Atia, please.
Thank you, Pierre and Luis. I can see that I beat you to it. I'm just going to keep it very brief. Our expectations for COP28 is that we would stick to the mandate and not introduce elements to the discussion that we haven't decided to discuss, such as the definition of what a cooperative approach is. And for the agreed electronic format, our expectations is that it would be heavily tested by all parties, and we would have a common understanding of the contents of the agreed electronic format before we proceed any further. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. That was indeed brief. Abu, Luis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Pierre. Maybe before moving into the expectation for COPs, there are maybe other issues that we wanted to raise that have been undiscussed here. That is the issues of inconsistencies and the issue of confidential information. For these two also issues, we will provide our views as part of our submission, but maybe give some initial reflections specifically on the issues of inconsistency that we think is one of the things that we will like to have address also at next COP, no, and to find some solutions on how to address persistent inconsistencies and mainly differentiate the different types of inconsistencies, no, specifically with respect to the estimation of mitigation outcomes. And in relation to the consistencies of the methodologies between project-based approaches and what we are accounting in our NDCs and national GHG inventories. We think this is something that needs to address at an earlier stage as possible, saying that maybe it's good to have even in the initial reports, descriptions of the methodologies, as this will allow for the reviewers not to be able to assess the consistency, not only of the methodology itself, but its cross-consistency between other methodological approaches, and fundamentally with how these results are being reflected in the national accounting systems, because we have been from experience facing this issue, and I think other parties have also raised the difference on the results that can be obtained from different methodological approaches, and how is these consistencies of what we are seeing in our national accounting systems. So it's a general comment, but I think this will take also some time during the COP to find to share views on how we address specifically the different methodological approaches for project-based and accounting in the NDCs. Then turning into expectations for the COP, we agree with the EU that a definition of cooperative approach will be a good start for 6.2, because that will then triggers a lot of consequences on how we are understanding the authorizations and the review process and the registry systems. No, so we think this is something that we need to clarify, to have a better understanding of what authorization means, and the different types of authorizations for the cooperative approaches, the IDMOs and the entities, and assuring the consistency between the 6.2 and 6.4 authorization processes. On review, we also expect to have positive outcomes and agreements on the sequencing. We see that there are some different views on how we approach the sequencing process for the review, and we think this is something that we'd like to have agreed at next COP, and also a focus on the tracking and recording functions of the registry that, as per mandate, is the main priority to be operationalized. So we'd like to also have an advancement on these issues. On 6.8, we'd like also to have a resolution of the discussion on emission avoidances. I think this is something that we can also agree at next COP. The treatment of authorization, no inconsistency with approaches for 6.2, for sure also the methodology for the 6.2 approaches. Now we understand this is part of the work of the subsidiary body, but it has also some relations of decisions not to be taken under the CMA of what type of guidance can we give to the supervisory body in terms of methodologies and their consistencies with the different approaches that can be allowed also under 6.2. We have also expectations for 6.8, but we don't know if it is the session to raise them. For expectation for COP, but mainly we'd like to see the personalization of the workplace platform and the process, not for the submission of non-marker approaches for the platform. So at least this is for the moment. We're happy to to provide a submission right before the COP to continue discussing these issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Luis, and yeah, some of the other issues. I mean, I can see quite some scope for work on inconsistencies and consistencies, for that matter, in the coming year. I hope the political level doesn't have to dive too much into granularity of inventories versus methodologies for cooperative approaches and things like that. But it's indeed an issue that's been with us since the beginning. So yeah, it's appreciated. Yeah, I have one more flag on. Yeah. So Japan, please, Kazu.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe my comments are more or less broader ones, but I also appreciate that. Of course, I think we need to deliver what has been mandated for 6.2, 6.4, 6.8. So I think we really need to, deliver what was already requested. So. But I think I recall last COP27, we also talked about implementation was the kind of a message that we are also trying to achieve. And then indeed, some parties are already being implemented. And as mentioned, some parties already submitted initial report based on the outline that we have agreed to it. So in that sense, I think we are already in the implementation stage. But same time, I think this COP28 is for operationalization of Article 6 is something that we really need to operationalize in the sense that we have already agreed timelines, and the next April 15th already parties shall report annual information, those which are provided initial report. So definitely, I think we need to operationalizing, including 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8 as well. But I also like to mention that maybe operationalize in a more initial operationalization, in the sense that we are operationalizing in some part, and like for example, CAP system test version will be expected to provided us in June 2024. And then based on the test version, we have a full version of the CAP, maybe including our registry system. So I think we are start operationalizing step by step. So what we mean by step is I think we start creating a system to which we have kind of test version, and then we based on that test version we can refine and improve, and so that we have a more full version that we can be more comfortable and really kind of capture what is really needed by seeing all the cooperative approaches that being operationalized implemented. So I think it'd be also useful to think about what will be needed in terms of that initial operationalization of the Article 6 from our COP28 decision. And then we can think about what kind of work program will be needed towards COP29 or COP30 in order for us to have a more full operationalization of Article 6. So just to give some kind of perspectives in terms of 2024, so there is a BTR will be submitted by the end of 2024. So by then, after a submission of 2024, we have a review, more kind of full review process that we attach BTR and then regular information. For that purpose, probably we need a more kind of full system that really enables us, including reviewers, including the CAP system, including how the registry works, to capture all the underlining or meta registries to be operationalized. So I think we need to think about what kind of a timeline that we will have in 2024 and 2025, and then from that perspective, we can kind of think about what we need to be decided 2028, COP28 for the initial operationalization, and then there's always kind of a further refinement, further adjustment, and further guidance. And so those things that will be followed. But I think what we really need to focus on what we need to decide for the initial operationalization of the Article 6.
Thank you, Kasu. Africa, Mbai, please.
Thank you, and thank you, colleagues. I just have some comments. When it comes to 6.2, we need to ensure the environmental integrity and the credibility of the whole mechanism. 6.2 is something new, and to ensure that we have some issue we still have to work on and address them in Dubai, mainly around the review, the inconsistencies in all matters, in all nature, and also how to address those inconsistencies in the reporting for the sake of transparency, because all is based on the transparency, and also to address the issue of registry, their connection, their interoperability, also here to ensure that transparency and avoid double counting. And in general, putting on place all the safeguards that are needed, but also based on the different tests and the different discussions we have to make progress, to make this mechanism being operational by next year. The same applies to the 6.4, and here you have seen that the supervisory body was given a mandate to work on some issue, and including the methodologies as well as removals, for which recommendation will be made, and we expect decision from the CMA5 about those main issues that will allow the mechanism to start being operational. And as you know, next week we'll have this meeting of the supervisory body. All the documents and drafts are already issued. And we have seen that often we receive many inputs coming from many actors, but at the end of the day, the decision will be taken by parties and group of parties. So it'll be very good. At this point, we are having the last meeting. We are expecting to provide those recommendations for the next CMA and get those recommendations to be approved or amended by the CMA. It will be good at this point to get any input to be included in that meeting to ensure that views or concern from parties that will be the ones that will adopt those recommendations to be provided for our meeting. That's just some recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks. And on a personal note, I'd like to commend the 6.4 body and everybody around it for the enormous amount of work it already did. In addition to the two things that we know will be at our table, we will also, on methodologies and removals, we will also give more guidance on all the other stuff, and hopefully some credit, because you've worked hard and done a lot with the help of Secretariat and with a lot of input from outside. I have two more on the list, which is US first, virtually. Molly, please. It's already morning there, or not yet? For you.
It is morning. Yes, I know it doesn't look like it. We're close to a time change. I'm very excited. I just wanted to agree with Japan that and their emphasis on operationalizing the guidance and the helpful reminders of the context for this. Recognize too that some parties have begun taking steps to do so, but also heard from parties that are still working to understand what's needed domestically to take that step. And in some instances where they're waiting for the clarity that would come from the recommendations mandated this year, Our expectation is that the substub will resolve the issues for the recommendations that are requested by CMA 5. So not continue to make progress on them, finish them. Then part of that will involve not explicitly reopening decisions that were taken by CMA. Because we have a lot on our plate, we all know that. There are things that we've worked more intensively on throughout this year, tables for the AEF, regular information, topics related to LDCs and SIDS, confidentiality, inconsistencies, sequencing, the authorization process, accounts in the international registry, common nomenclature. Some things we've discussed, but not in serious detail, and maybe that's okay if the issues seem clear now on authorizations covering NDCs and OIMP and non-GHGs. There are some areas where there have not really been intentional, dedicated discussions at all on the need for functionalities and additional procedures for the 6.2 International Registry to facilitate 6.4 ER transfers and provide additional services to cooperative approaches, because that includes administrative arrangements. In our view, that would include resolving some of the questions about what that means for the role of the 6.4 supervisory body or the Secretariat in terms of oversight of those credits once they move to another registry. Maybe that's straightforward in this system, and this is a case of registry linkage and a sort of transfer of responsibilities. But those are the kinds of things that, you know, it is good to be clear about. And also further guidance on procedures for reporting and review for the cooperative approaches of the participating parties that are requesting those services, you know, which may be required in addition to existing decisions, and the submission of information to the international registry by parties that are using it for ITMO tracking purposes. We'll work between now and COP28 with parties also directly to help prepare to engage on these issues. We've talked before about prioritization as maybe a needed first step at COP. At this stage, we're unconvinced of the value of that because we know that everything that we deprioritize this year or say is an area for continued work is another unanswered question. And that will be added to new questions potentially, and so on and so forth. And it's time to prioritize generally answering the questions that are necessary for parties to implement this guidance, which is the questions that are being presented to the work program. Domestic bilateral efforts are waiting for this. Any other rules-based system involving these types of issues would identify a series of work to be undertaken and also when it will be done, so that stakeholders that are affected, from national agencies to communities to the private sector, can manage their own expectations. We already know that 2025 is the soonest that they could have an act on guidance that is not subject to further work that we've already planned on fundamental questions, but would encourage efforts to ensure that that doesn't get extended to 2026, either at COP this year or as a result of the new work that we've given ourselves once we look at the work program next year. So look forward to seeing everybody and working toward that. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. And now it's the Coalition for First Nations. So Federica, please.
Thank you, Pierre. Just very briefly, actually, a very high picture. We're not going to touch in details important. We think there are many important things to be discussed. Consistency and review is one of the two priority for us. But at high level, as the AGN said, also environmental integrity. In everything we're doing is very important. We keep this in mind. Environmental integrity should not be compromised. And so the flexibility has to be there, but not, reducing our environmental integrity that the UN has been famous for, and we need to continue to do that. So on this, that everything goes, every units, etc. I mean, that we should not compromise on that, and we want. And then just a warning for all of us. Also, these 3 days have been very constructive and helpful. I feel though if everything goes, we're going to have an oversupply of credits and there is no demand. Where is the demand? And so as we are deciding things, to keep this in mind, environmental integrity and have the right, supply to move forward. And last, our expectation as well for the supervisory body that they're moving forward next week and provide, guidance can be discussed at the COP. At the same time, our expectation is the supervisory body is not going to reopen any issue that has already been agreed by CMA and COP. And so clearly we had discussion on this earlier today. So definitely our expectation that those are already been agreed and no discussions, they're going to oversee that. Thank you so much, Pierre.
Thank you, Federica. Next on my list is Canada. I also have New Zealand, but please come forward.
Thanks, Per, and good afternoon, everyone. I guess I wanted to offer some just general reflections on, our priorities for COP28. But also just wanted to start by thanking everyone, thanking the Secretariat and for our co-facilitators and all the parties for a really constructive discussion over the past few days. I certainly feel better prepared going into COP28. I think both the technical paper and the content of our discussions this week has been an excellent part of that. So a big thanks to everyone and to the Secretariat in particular for all their work in turning this around. Recognizing, of course, that there was more work to be done and perhaps add some reflections here that hopefully can be considered in the preparation of the substitute chair's textual proposal. So there certainly is lots to do. I think as we've covered, I've actually found the structure of this week to be quite helpful in the grouping of our mandate items together under sort of, I think, these 4 to 5 main issues has been quite helpful. But in terms of what we expect from COP28, I did like to reiterate what Japan had outlined around delivering on the full mandate across 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8. We've set quite a specific mandate for ourselves, but we also recognize that mandate may require some level of prioritization. And I wanted to reflect on the fact that there are some items in our mandate that are carryovers from last year that we did not finalize, that we couldn't complete. And that includes tables for regular information, the agreed electronic format, and as well as how to address inconsistencies. These were key parts, and I think confidentiality as well. So some of these items we didn't complete at COP27, I think are also necessary for the purposes of operationalizing our Article 6 at large, whereas other items are seeking clarifications or further clarifications on areas where we already have some guidance. Reflecting very briefly on the AEF, our expectation is that this will no longer be a draft or trial version, but this is something that could be finalized. I think this could perpetually be in draft form. At a certain point, we need to make a decision, and we can always revisit it. Or, we've also discussed developing a manual for the AEF. I'm not sure it makes sense to develop a manual for something that we haven't adopted yet. So our expectation is that we will finalize the AEF, and if necessary, a process where we can potentially revisit it in the future as required. But we would like to see this finalized. We would also like to see a clean version put forward. I was very encouraged by the options that were contained in the technical paper, and reflecting that there was 2 different options put forward. But I think in our discussion, it highlighted actually that there was a lot of commonality around the actual content of the table. And I think that's where we need to focus our discussions as opposed to the actual structure of the table, which I think was the main distinctions between the two options. So I'd like to focus on the content, and hopefully we'll see sort of a new clean option put forward for the AEF. Yeah, just also wanted to reiterate the point I think made by the United States here too, that the importance of sticking to the mandate. I did notice that the technical paper, as useful and helpful as it was for discussion, did introduce quite a few new concepts and terminologies, which I think could complicate our work somewhat. I think we will need to adopt a new language in that text, of course, but I think to the extent possible, sticking to the concepts and ideas that are contained in existing texts where possible would help advance our work as well. The last thing I wanted to highlight is around the expectation that we'll need some sort of decision and direction to the Secretary around the cost of all this. And I know there was a paper released earlier this week on that, and Canada hasn't had the chance to digest that in the full extent yet. But I think that's another expectation we have, is the actual implementation of this on behalf of the Secretary that owns a lot of that burden in terms of making this a reality. And I think we had some interesting discussions on software and different functionalities, and I think that's one thing that we'll have to consider, the costs and how to get this off the ground. So I think that's another part that we would like to see some clarity or direction on at COP as well. I'll leave my comments there, and thanks again.
Thank you, Jeff. New Zealand. Jackie, please.
Thank you, Pierre. And thanks, Jeff, for mentioning the budget piece as well, because in terms of the other issues as part of this agenda item, that was also something I wanted to raise, and to thank the Secretariat for the technical paper on options for funding the infrastructure for Article 6.2 that we unfortunately didn't get a chance to discuss at this technical expert dialogue, and parties may not have had a chance to digest it, but there are, of course, implications of the budget and what we decide to build, and I think we need to at least acknowledge that we need to resolve that specific issue. In terms of COP expectations, I very much appreciate the views expressed by other parties on their priority issues and sort of what they're looking to get out of the COP. I think for us, we might add our voice to those who acknowledge the existing context of the Article 6 market, where some actors are already engaging, but we don't yet have the infrastructure in place to support them or to deliver the transparency of the actions that they might be undertaking currently or in a short amount of time. And for that reason, I think we would want to focus on the functional requirements to aid in this, the AEF, the registry system, recognizing that if we don't deliver the international registry, for example, at COP28, parties that will be primarily impacted by this are those who do not have or have access to their own registry system. And so we would agree with Japan on the suggestion for the step-by-step process. In our submission, we also flagged this as an iterative process to start with the functional requirements that we need, and build on this process as we go, but not necessarily slowing down or pausing. And we also recognize that a capacity building is key in this regard to ensuring that parties have the ability to engage in markets and that access and knowledge isn't a barrier. And just to sort of close this out, I think, in the context of the climate narrative and the urgency that we require and the action needed in this critical decade, I think if we are too slow and if it takes us a long time to establish the systems that we need for the market, we really risk being a part or not part of the solution, or being unable to contribute in a substantive way to our 2030 targets, or indeed to a mid-century net zero. And in this, I think we would add support for the EU's earlier suggestion about integrating markets into long-term strategies, and even into setting the next round of NDCs, which is not too far away. Also, just plugging our GST submission, which I know is a different item, but we do speak to the potential of markets in closing the ambition gap that the stocktake has found, and mainstreaming markets in how countries might set or consider setting their next round of NDCs from the outset. So we're not faced with the dynamic that we are now, which is a retrospective unpacking of NDCs, but instead kind of build this into the DNA of the target. So just to close off, really looking forward to receiving the text from the Substat chair that captures our views of this session, but also submissions and discussions, and then seeing everyone in Dubai in a few short weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, and thanks, Jeff and Jackie, for bringing up, which is not my favorite theme, but it's a very necessary theme of a budget and costs, and it's a challenge to all of us and those in a position to do so, to go to our colleagues, relevant colleagues and bosses, and explain the needs of the next 2 years of extra budgetary funding, and hopefully get sufficient funding to do whatever we agreed to do in Dubai. I have UK. Is it Helen? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Pierre, and thank you to the Secretariat and to all the parties today for sharing, and the past few days for sharing their views. It's really been a fruitful technical expert dialogue and workshop. In terms of our expectations and priorities for COP, we want to agree on a concrete package that provides certainty and ensures we are driving forward high integrity and a high integrity and transparent market. On specific priorities, like many others have said, we do want to see finalisation of the agreed electronic format and ensure it's fit for purpose and is accompanied by a manual. Like Canada, we think we can move away from structured discussions now and focus on content. Secondly, robust infrastructure. We really need to see us making progress here, as mentioned by New Zealand, and for us this is a key priority, and we can't delay these decisions and hold up progress here, and we really do urge parties to recognise that there does seem to be a solution that accommodates for both visions. Thirdly, clarity on authorization and decisions that increase market confidence. We do need to ensure we're creating a system that's stable and robust enough to not only foster demand, but also to foster supply. Next, ensuring transparency through the CARP and the AEF. We do think this is really important, and we think there are solutions on the table that provide practical means to drive this forward, for example, through tagging. And finally, we also would like to see some solutions around inconsistencies. And we think we did make really good progress on this during the workshop. And a key message for us that came out that here we just really need to ensure we tighten language in general to ensure we differentiate between different scenarios and provide as much clarity as possible. And like others, we look forward to working constructively with parties towards a successful outcome at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, UK and Helen. I have Felix virtually. So please, Felix, come forward from Switzerland. And we can't hear you, so maybe you're on mute. We're also waiting messages from Simon, but we still can't hear you. On the screen it says you're muted, and you're still muted. And we can see you. I appreciate that, but I don't know whether the muting is on our side or yours. And then you were gone. And Felix is the last speaker on my list so far. But maybe while he's trying to come in, I'd like to make one or two points, and that is that we really appreciate you guys working together, and we've heard that there are some people working on the AAF to further advance it. That's most welcome. And also, I wanted to remind us that there is always other links to other items. I mean, one link that has been there for a while and is the link between these issues and CDM. I mean, there was a package in Glasgow, for example, related to funding, where the CDM decision was quite important and provided resources both for adaptation and capacity building and 6.4 mechanism. There is a link, as always, to 6.8, as Luis pointed to, and have some sort of balance, even though it's chopped up in different negotiating groups. That's always something we would be looking for, and equal progress, even though we're doing different things in the three groups. So how about Felix? I think you're at least relogged in, so maybe you can try again. Switzerland. We can see you. We cannot hear you. So. Yeah. There's something. Machine says no. Give you one more try. Seems machine is still saying no. So by that, I think I will hand over to Sonam to wrap up. And from my side, thanks.
Thank you, Pierre. Colleagues, actually friends, again, congratulations. I mean, though in my cultural context, we have to maintain humility, but I think last 2.5 days, we've done a good job. We've really spent the time allocated to us this week delving into these intricate and highly technical issues under Article 6.2 and Article 6.4. And then on behalf of my colleagues here, also co-facilitating these technical sessions has been a privilege for all of us. And we would like to express our deepest appreciation to each and every participant here, physical and in the virtual world, or those who are online. Yeah. And your active involvement, cooperation, and the smooth conduct of these technical sessions have made this endeavor truly rewarding to all of us. We've had substantial discussions and open sharing of views where diverse viewpoints were exchanged in a constructive spirit. This kind of spirit has been the hallmark of our work under Article 6 over the years, and especially for new friends and colleagues here. I mean, we've had differences, but at the end, we always go out for beer or dinner together, except Martin and Simon, the organizers, not here this time. And I think this is the spirit that is essential that we carry forward to COP28, and we have a substantial amount of work to complete this year and beyond, and which again, all of us have been highlighting this on our expectations for COP28. We would also like to recognize that most of our work was followed by observers, and we thank them for their continued interest. As we conclude these technical events, we hope that we are parting ways with a deeper understanding of each other's positions on the matters we've covered, and with a shared understanding on the issues that we need to resolve this year. And before I conclude, just also on behalf of all of us, if I may, just want to thank the Secretariat for the work they've done. If we spend 48 hours a day trying to understand what they write, I believe they spend more than that. So anyhow, And then to those, who are here with us in Bonn, we wish all of you all a safe journey back home. To those who all are staying here, some of us, some of our colleagues next week, good luck with the SPs. And to those who've participated online, please take care of yourselves here. Thank you. And this brings us to the end of the technical expert dialogue on Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, and hybrid workshops relating to Article 6.2 also are closed now. Thank you.
I think while the meeting's over, just for everyone who might be traveling tomorrow, there's an admin or housekeeping note. The clocks go back in Germany tonight, so just be aware that you get to sleep in an extra hour tonight. Yeah, so European summertime ends tonight. So at 3 o'clock, it becomes 2 o'clock.
Okay, I also just wanted to announce that those who are also wanting to just reflect the first day's discussion on AEF, maybe you can stay maybe extra 30 minutes to just reflect. I hope we can finish 30 minutes. But yes, please stay. We can use this screen so that we can reflect. Thank you.